let's play just a couple more seconds here before we hit play, though. I'll just ask you to focus on the figure we've been talking about. And pause. At 31 seconds. Based on what you've seen so far in this exhibit, does that figure appear to be traveling in a path consistent with what you remember?
Yeah.
Actually, hearsay. You say you can't see the street from the window.
Overruled. He may answer the way that question was phrased.
When I mentioned the direction of the person that I saw leaving, facing my driveway, obviously there's an exit which connects that entry.
Hey, everybody.
Cars are parked, and then our driveway where our garage is, and sort of the way that I saw the person leaving was towards the left of my field of view, which would be heading towards Maple.
All right, the shenanigans have continued onward.
I'm now going to show for the witness only, please, exhibit number 66. Do you recognize the photograph on the screen in front of you?
Yeah.
What are we looking at here?
We're looking at the side of my house that faces kind of the other side of Maple Avenue, I guess you can say.
Okay. Are we on the same side of your house as the camera angle from the last exhibit?
No, we're not.
On the other side?
Yeah, the other camera on the school building was facing the right side of the house. This is facing the left side of the house.
Is this how your house appeared on the night of November 21st, 2021?
Yeah.
Move exhibit 66 into evidence and ask to publish.
Exhibit 66 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Do you see a vehicle in your driveway in this picture?
Yeah, it's the red SUV that I described.
Okay. We'll show now for the witness only, please, exhibit number 67. You recognize this exhibit?
Yeah.
What are we looking at here?
We're looking at my driveway, and then my house is to the right.
I know vintage.
Sort of.
I heard the cross of one of the officers is pretty.
At the car from
It's pretty epic. We're gonna get to it.
But that's sort of what I saw.
The officer who opened fire on Brooks.
Okay. And actually,
My understanding.
To be a little more efficient with time, I'm going to move through the rest of these photos and lay the foundation and then move them all in at once.
Go ahead.
That's right. All right. We'll show the witness only, please, 68. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yeah.
What are we looking at here?
We're looking at the car, or the SUV, sorry, that in my driveway. To the left, you can see a little bit of a kind of like a stump, a log, and I recognize those logs from the backyard of my neighbor's house, and it was sort of dragged all the way to our driveway as well.
We'll show the witness now, exhibit 69, please. What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the other end of the driveway where all of our cars are.
Okay, Transgirl, I'll take a look if we need it.
And then the two vehicles, the blue SUV and then the sort of the brown sedan is. Both those cars are not mine. They're our neighbors' vehicles, but one of them's in the backyard and one of them's in the driveway.
Exhibit 70 for the witness only, please. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yeah, that's the other vehicle from our neighbor's house. So all three, those are all their vehicles. And if you look further down, you can see the other set of houses that are what's it called? Or the other set of houses that are on the same street.
I forgot to put on my monitor, so y'all have to deal with guessing whether I'm about to have an aneurysm
One, please.
or a heart attack.
The relevancy of all these photos.
Your objection to relevance is noted. It's overruled. Go ahead.
Do you recognize what we're looking at in 71?
Yeah, that house, the White House, or sort of the one that's not to the side, to the right, that's my neighbor's house. And then to the right, that's sort of the back part of our house, first floor.
We show the witness number 72, please. Do you know what we're looking at in this picture?
Yeah, right here, those are sort of some of the logs, or as I mentioned before, one of the logs that one of them was actually dragged into our driveway, and they had a few of them sort of for, I'm assuming, sitting down, and this whole area was kind of messed up. This part of the yard is not our part of the yard, it's our neighbor's yard, but they had logs over there, and they were kind of just as decoration. And looking at this area, when we went to go see, one of them was missing, and everything else was kind of beat up in that part of the yard.
And finally, 73 for the witness only, please. You recognize what we're
Objection.
looking at here in exhibit? I'm sorry, there's an objection.
Where's the relevancy of this, where we're looking at?
Your objection is noted, it's overruled. I believe the witness is going to explain.
You can see sort of remains of like some of those logs that they, or like those stumps of logs that they had, and seems to be a car part from the vehicle as well.
Okay. Do exhibits 67 through 73 accurately portray your driveway, your backyard, and your neighbor's backyard as they looked the night of November 21st?
Yeah.
And you went outside and looked at these things yourself, correct?
Yeah, I did. Before the cops sort of arrived, when we were sort of hovering around the car, and my neighbors were contacting the police, I was trying to see if any damage was done to our vehicles, because that was our main concern, since we had no idea what happened with the parade or anything.
Yeah, for those who don't know,
we just try to go see.
Daryl Brooks ditched his car in this man's on this man's property.
But yeah.
I'd move exhibits 67 through 73 into evidence and request permission to publish.
Objection. No
Grounds.
Court notes the objection. It's overruled. Exhibits 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, and 73 are all received. Permission to publish granted.
Okay, we'll start publishing number 67, please.
Can the jury let me know if the monitors are on in front of you? Not yet? Okay.
Yep, there it is.
Thank you. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. So you previously testified about what's in this photo. That's the red SUV we've been talking about, correct?
Yeah.
And we are facing, if you're the person taking the picture right now, are you facing towards Maple or away?
Away from Maple Avenue.
Okay. Let's take a look at 68, please. This is just a close-up view of that red SUV.
Yeah.
Objection. Leading.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
What is this?
It is the red SUV in my driveway, all beat up.
And you referenced a stump earlier when you were describing this photograph. Can you point that out for us? Maybe circle it for us?
Objection. Relevancy as to a stump. What does that have to do with?
Overruled. The witness may answer.
That stump of log would be sort of on that part of the picture.
The left side of the picture?
Yeah, the left side of the picture.
Can we please clear that, Madam Clerk?
Yeah,
Was that stump in that position in your driveway before you saw this red SUV?
know that most, if not all, this damage was caused by people.
Answer.
No.
Okay, let's take a look at Exhibit 69, please. So what direction have we moved as we go from Exhibit 68 to 69?
We have moved more back of the driveway. We have moved looking, instead of the left side of the house, we're looking at the left back side of the house.
So we're moving away from Maple?
We're moving away from Maple Avenue.
Okay, and you already talked about these three cars. Can you just remind us what these three cars are?
That white SUV, that's one of our vehicles. The blue SUV is one of my neighbor's vehicles, as well as the brown sedan as well, as we can see from this picture.
Do you know if any of those three vehicles sustained damage on November 21st?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled, he was asked if he knew, not what he heard.
Objection. Speculation.
Overruled.
I would actually object on relevance grounds, but
When
whatever.
we were looking back during that area, when we saw our neighbor's yard, when we saw everything, I couldn't really see like damage right away from any of our vehicles. However, it's not in this image. It's in the other image that I was shown earlier. There's a black SUV to the right of that brown sedan. That vehicle did have a little bit of a sort of some damage. What's it called? But apart from that, no, everything else was fine.
Let's move on to Exhibit 70, please.
Objection. What's the relevancy of this?
Already been entered.
The exhibits have been received, so the state may question the witness on them.
What direction have we moved from the last picture to this picture?
We are now towards the back of my building or my house.
And did the person who took the picture, did we turn to the right or to the left or not at all?
We moved a little bit more towards the left, just getting a better angle of the back side of the house.
But now we're facing to the right?
Yeah, but
Action
now we're
leading.
facing right.
I can rephrase.
Go ahead.
Do you know
That
what
was a leading
Prospect is?
question.
Prospect, yeah, Prospect is it's a one-way street. You can't enter from Maple side, but you can enter from the back side of Prospect.
Do you see a street light in this photograph?
Yes,
What street is that street light on?
that's Prospect,
Okay.
the one-way street.
And the the black SUV you talked about a moment ago, is that in this photograph?
Yeah, that SUV right there.
That's the SUV you described as having been damaged?
It was honestly not that much, just sort of kind of like the front of the SUV. There was a vehicle, however, from if there was another image as well, looking at sort of the area, sort of the path that was between the Locks' house and the backyard. That one did sustain some scratches.
If we go to the next photograph, Exhibit 71, please. Okay. See the street light again?
Yeah.
Is that the same street light we saw in Exhibit 70?
Objection. Answered that already. Same street light, same question, basically.
Different picture. Your objections noted. It's overruled. The witness may answer.
It is.
Do you see an orange cone in this photograph?
Thank you, Norfolk Southern,
Overruled. The witness may answer.
for this description. Appreciate
What,
it.
if anything, do you see in the immediate...
Thank all of you for joining me this evening on a Friday. I appreciate it all.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
In that sort of area, I see the black SUV. Right in front of it, I see some of those stumps of logs that I mentioned before. One that we saw previously was in my driveway, but some of those were kind of left behind but moved from place, from their original spot. Yeah.
Can we zoom in on the middle of this photograph, please? Do you recognize an object within a few inches of that cone?
Objection.
Yeah.
Speculation.
Overruled. The witness
What?
may answer.
I do. Well, what's it called? I can see what it is, but I don't personally.
Good evening, Parngosa.
When you say you don't personally
It's
recognize it, what do you mean?
mid-afternoon over here.
Leading.
Overruled. He may
Or-
answer.
I've
5 o'clock's
never
usually late
seen
afternoon
it.
over here in
It looks
the States.
to be like a beanie, but I've never really seen it. Our family doesn't own it. We don't own it. It's not ours.
So you'd never seen it in that backyard before?
No.
We zoom back out, please.
I'll be cutting to other parts of the day's trial. We're just watching the rest of the live. My understanding is that they're going to stop
Yeah.
at
What direction?
5:45 my time.
Now.
Whereas we were facing sort of turning right, or I guess we were facing the left side of the building. Now we're facing the right side of the building, the same side that the video camera from Les Paul was facing in the previous video.
Okay, where's Prospect in relation to the photographer?
Prospect would be behind the photographer.
Okay. Is this what these stumps looked like earlier in the day on November 21st, before you saw the red SUV?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
They do not, no, or they did not. They were set in place on the ground, and they were sort of a little bit more together because they were like a seating area for my neighbors.
Okay. Let's move to Exhibit 73, please. The car part you referenced earlier, is that what we're looking at here?
Yes.
And to your recollection, was that car part in your neighbor's backyard before you saw the red SUV on November 21st?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
No. My neighbor's backyard is pretty well kept up. They have a really nice backyard, and they don't have any garbage, nothing in their backyard.
He could testify as to whether or not there was an object there when it wasn't before. He's the owner of the house.
And we now go just for the witness, Exhibit 143. You recognize the vehicle in this photograph?
Yeah, this is the vehicle that I mentioned that sustained a little bit more damage, and it was like I mentioned before, it was through the pathway that sort of connected to Lox's house and sort of their collection of their parked vehicles as well.
And where in the vehicle do you see damage? The front, the back, both, or neither?
Leading, objection.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
It is on the back side of the vehicle, towards the left, or towards the driver's side, back left.
Ha, Allie, I appreciate the old school reference.
Please, Exhibit 144. You recognize this photograph?
Yeah.
You see the same
Wait.
vehicle?
Wait, was that Street Fighter?
And what are we looking at
Wait,
here?
did Street Fighter and Final Fight
No,
also have both of those like
Driver's
bonus
side
levels?
still, but,
I can't remember.
The front side of the vehicle.
Or was it just Street Fighter?
And now the witness only, please, 145. You recognize that photograph?
Yeah, this is sort of the like I said, the SUV, and to the right of it you can see another car. They have more vehicles sort of parked in that area, and to the left you can see sort of a balcony area.
Hey,
sort of
Wazoo.
that little area, I guess you can see a little path that connects that sort of driveway or parking area towards their yard. And it's narrow.
Are exhibits 143, 144, and 145 accurate photographs depicting the scene as you recall from that night?
Yeah.
Move exhibits 143, 144, and 145.
Leinenkugel's Oktoberfest this evening.
Relevancy to this matter.
All right. The exhibits are received. That's 143, 144, 145. Permission to publish is granted.
Okay, we're looking at 143. This is the vehicle you described?
Okay, they both did. I thought that's what I thought. Oof. He sideswiped their car. Great. What a dick.
Okay, we've got it up on the juror screens too. Now we'll take a look at 144, please. This is the front of that.
I mean, he
same
was
vehicle.
already a fucking monster on top of it. This just compounds it even more.
Matter.
Overruled. The exhibits have been received.
It is now this is the front part of the vehicle, driver's side still, closest to the house.
145, please. The balcony on the left, that's your next door neighbor's house?
Yes, and then to the right of it is one of their vehicles, and yeah, to the left is their balcony, We can still see it in a previous image that's facing Prospect as well.
Okay. And this is the same, this Infinity we see in this photograph, it's the same vehicle we saw in the last two photographs.
Objection, lead.
Overruled. You may answer.
It is, yes.
Prospect is where in relation to the photographer?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
The photographer, Prospect is to the back of the photographer.
So if you were to drive a vehicle between that porch and that Infinity vehicle, straight through that alley that we're looking at right now, you would be driving toward or away from your house?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
If you're driving in between, if you're driving away from Prospect, in between the balcony, in between the SUV, heading that way, where the camera is facing.
I hear you, Lincoln.
Towards,
Or
our
Link.
backyard, our driveway, or the backside of our driveway.
All right, thank you. That's all I have for this witness.
Thank you. Any cross?
Yep. So seeing the damage to the SUV that was parked in your driveway, it would be fair to say that the hood was pretty jacked up. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah.
Yeah. If we're talking about the red SUV,
The vehicle in your driveway.
there's multiple vehicles in my driveway.
The one that's specifically in your driveway. In 68, Exhibit 68.
We can put that up.
Where is it? 68.
You see it on your screen, Mr. Burke?
Yeah,
Is that the
yes.
one you want him to talk about?
Yes.
Go
yes,
ahead.
yes.
68 is published.
And for the record, I do not identify my name or consent to being called. For the record.
On the record and let the
Can you
record
see it on your
show.
screen?
Yeah, the image I can see two SUVs, our white SUV and then the red SUV that I mentioned is that's pretty well beat up.
It's fair to say that hood is pretty beat up.
You can say it, yeah.
And you said you observed the driver of that vehicle jump over the hood.
I wouldn't say necessarily jump over the hood. Like I said, sort of jumping over the hood. You can say like kind of like leaving, kind of going, sort of. It's a little bit hard to explain, but not necessarily sliding over the hood. Sort of going in front of the vehicle, sort of evading it.
So what would you characterize as a jump?
As a jump, I guess you can say, definition-wise, jumping is...
Wait, he actually references my car?
Colloquially, I guess we can say jumping over the hood.
What? You're gonna have to give me a timestamp, Porangosa. Please give us a timestamp for that.
Close to it.
Did he actually refer to it as his car?
To move in a quick fashion.
So would it be safe to say evading the vehicle? Well, let me back up. What do you mean by evading? Would that be trying to distance themselves from the vehicle, or what would you define as evading?
Evading would be sort of trying to get away. So if you have a certain path, you can try to move to the side, step aside, kind of jump over it, I guess you can say. And from the image, we can see that the damage not only is attached to the vehicle, but there's some damage that's sort of spread out.
Hey, Robbie, thank you for
jumping over it, stepping to the side of it.
Thank you for the membership.
Within that same definition of jumping over the car, sort of evading it.
So that's
one of the cops testifying.
what your definition of jumped over the hood would mean.
Was it the bearded
You can
cop?
say.
Because we're definitely gonna go with that.
And you said at one point when observing this, you closed the blinds at one point.
Yeah, our blinds are they were closed. We really don't have
You think it was that cop? Okay, perfect. We're definitely gonna go through that testimony for sure.
So when I heard the vehicle, or when I heard, obviously I wasn't really sure if it was a vehicle.
Oh, one of the off-duty ones? Okay.
Sort of a halt, a scratch. As I looked out, as I peeped over the blinds, I was able to see the vehicle, and I was able to see the person sort of evading, jumping over the car, going away from the car.
You said you heard a scratch. What would you define?
He
that?
mumbled to him when safety case says when one cop was testifying. Sorry. Safety case says when one cop was testifying, the cop said the window was down. Brooks mumbled to himself, my window was up. Oh, no.
Maybe not like a chalkboard one, but
no.
Sort of you can hear, maybe like metal or maybe something on concrete. I guess you can.
Okay. I gotta hear that. I gotta hear that.
Was it
bad?
Was it a loud crash?
You couldn't really say it was a crash. You can hear the sound that I heard. I defined it as a scratch, or I guess.
I understand that, JT Davis.
I'm sorry,
but
you can continue.
Because it was
him
it was more
verbally giving himself away.
Kind of
makes it all the better.
Ended. You can hear something scraping.
So like a scrape.
Yeah.
But not a loud like bang.
Not necessarily, no.
And how long would you estimate you were observing before you closed the blinds?
I would say I would give it like a good 6 seconds. I would say 5 seconds. Yeah, it wasn't that long because, like I mentioned, I thought it was somebody from downstairs. I wasn't really. I was more concerned about what happened in our driveway, just because I wasn't really sure what.
Did anything get damaged in your driveway?
In our driveway, there was, I guess you can say, damage in however you may define it, like that log that we can see in the image was sort of dragged into our driveway. There was oil left in our driveway. There was debris left in our driveway as well. And if you could sort of count our backyard was pretty well beat up, sort of like you can see with our neighbor's backyard. The grass was sort of kind of beat up. Nobody really drives vehicles through that area, so it's pretty well kept.
So it was more like oil, logs, pieces of wood, that sort of thing.
What does it matter?
Things were out of place from when we usually look at our backyard or how it was that morning.
This focus should be on impeaching who he saw.
You can tell the general direction of Maple Street from your window, but you can't actually see it.
Yeah.
So that'd be fair to say.
Yeah, because you know, I know where my house is located, and I know what street it's facing, and I know what street or what is to the left of my house, and I know what's to the right of my house, so I know what general directions are around my house. So
if leaving your driveway, going towards Maple Street, if someone would to go right or left at that point, you wouldn't be able to tell?
If we're speaking specifically from my driveway, if you're heading left away from my driveway, not towards the garage or towards that sort of garage area, if you're heading left, you are heading towards Maple Avenue. There's no other way from it.
And once coming from your driveway, if someone was headed that way, once they got to Maple, would you be able to see them at that point?
Not on Maple Street, no. Like I said, I know where the general direction as to where Maple is, but I can't really directly see Maple Avenue from the window that I was at. The window that's to the left of my window is sort of closer to that street, but I wasn't there.
And you didn't get a description of the driver.
What was the question? Sorry.
You didn't get a description of the driver.
Of the driver, yeah. When we were questioned, or when I was questioned by the detectives that visited us, I remember giving a good description of the driver. I said that he had a hoodie on. I remember mentioning that it was the vehicle. I was pretty sure as to it being not someone very young, maybe not an older individual, sort of physically capable of being able to run away and sort of still present within the moment of realizing what happened and sort of leaving the situation.
Thank you, Jennifer, for the $5.
Determination just by 5 or 6 seconds of observation out of your window.
Yeah.
You testified earlier that you saw someone, but you didn't see him face to face. That'd be fair to say?
Yeah.
And the logs that ended up in your
Hey,
yard,
Grixie.
You stated that they came from your neighbor's yard. Would that be fair to say?
Correct.
Do you know what they used those logs for?
That they were sort of placed around. They have a few decorations around their yard. They have a fireplace. They have some seating areas. Those logs were sort of just there to sort of sit down because they're little stumpy logs. They had some sort of, I mean, as you can see from the image, they're sort of put together by some metal band. So they're not really just there.
Thank you,
for use
Norfolk,
more.
for the
They're just
$1
put
super
there
chat.
for them to sit around.
So pretty much just, if they're out there in the yard, they may use them to sit on, some of that nature.
Correct. Yeah.
You recall how many logs were out there?
Not necessarily. I can say maybe 4 or 3. I knew they were there, but I couldn't really tell you the exact number. But I have a general idea of what's in their yard.
And you stated at some point, you and friends or family member, I'm not sure which one you said, but y'all kind of gathered around the vehicle at some point?
Yeah. When I was the first one to head on down because I was the first one to see sort of the vehicle. When I went out, I tried contacting my neighbors from downstairs. They tried investigating, like if anybody had a red car, a red SUV, or anything, and he came back to me and said no. And I told him that there's a vehicle in our driveway, and so everybody came out. Everybody was sort of looking at the vehicle, and everybody was pretty confused because nobody recognized it as theirs or anybody they knew.
So it was more of a, let's go see what he's talking about and figure out if it belongs to anyone type of thing.
That was the main purpose. We were trying to figure out what was going on because we never recognized the vehicle. We've never seen it before, or I've never seen it before, and as soon as I described it to them, they've never seen it before. And they have quite a few people around that visit them, or they had quite a few people that used to visit them a lot.
All right, I'm gonna stop.
Even then, they couldn't recognize the vehicle.
So what did you guys do from that point after coming out and kind of all collectively observing the vehicle? What did you do from that point?
As soon as that happened, not that long away, we contacted the police because we were concerned of like sort of the vehicle as to why it was left there, or who.
Thank you, Jen, for the membership.
And so when we started seeing people leaving or heading down from Maple Avenue away from downtown Waukesha, we started kind of maybe speculating that it was probably involved in because everybody knew that there was a parade going on, and we started maybe recollecting that maybe it was part of the parade or maybe something happened, especially because when we were looking at people leaving the parade, some of them looked scared, some of them were kind of walking faster than usual, some running. We were a little bit concerned. We were just trying to figure out what was going on.
So it'd be fair to say at that point it was just confusion, no knowledge of anything happening at that point.
Since we weren't at the parade, no. At that moment, we just saw a vehicle in our driveway, and we were trying to figure out what was going on.
Do you recall
Thank you,
what
Carl
were
B, for the
doing,
$5 super chat.
When you looked out the blinds, like what were you doing leading up to hearing the scrape and then looking out the blinds?
Like I said, since I was, when I explained first when I heard the vehicle and
Thanks, Wazoo.
I mentioned I was just kind of sitting down. We have a chair, or not a chair, but we have kind of like a recliner couch, and I was just kind of having a regular afternoon. And since I'm right by the window, as soon as I heard something, I was able to try to investigate what was that noise or what that noise was.
And at the point that you called law enforcement, do you recall how long before law enforcement came to the scene?
I personally didn't call law enforcement. Like I said, our neighbors called law enforcement. So I couldn't really say an exact time, but they were there fairly quickly. And as soon as they arrived, we were just told to get inside, back in the building.
I'm sorry, can you clear the exhibit? I forgot it was.
It happens.
I forgot it
It's
was.
late.
Do you recall who took the photographs?
The photographs, no.
Were they part of the collective group that all kind of met up to figure out what was going on with the vehicle?
Nobody was actually taking photographs during that time. They were, the neighbors downstairs were, sort of, what's it called? They were just kind of inside the building, and as soon as I left the building, we were just kind of looking at it. We were trying to figure out what was going on. At the moment, we were just trying to see if we can get help because we weren't really sure what was going on.
So the photographs that you saw on the exhibits today, was this your first time seeing those photographs?
The photographs specifically, yes, but the vehicle and the whole scenery, no.
Thanks for the $2 kit.
Photographs was what you saw today. Was that your first time?
And thank you for the
seeing those
congrats.
Photographs.
These photographs?
Yes.
No.
So you've seen them before today?
Like I said, I was able to see sort of the what's it called? The whole situation, and I was able to sort of, be aware of what was going on.
I'm asking specifically about the.
Also, Manny, can you check your DMs?
Had you seen those before today?
Before today, yes.
And do you recall who showed them to you?
It was mostly just detectives trying to figure out what was going on, sort of that line of questioning that I went through.
And you did say you don't know who took the photographs. Do you recall if the law enforcement that came to the scene took the photos?
When we were asked to go back inside, yeah. When they were trying to investigate what was going on, there was investigators taking photographs and people trying to figure out what was going on.
So to the best of your knowledge, you do know who took the photographs?
Not personally, no. There was people taking photographs, but...
So multiple officers?
Yes.
And that night of the incident when the vehicle was found and the law enforcement officers were taking the photos, did you see the photos at that time?
No.
I haven't got one. I don't think you get it. I don't think you get an official YouTube button until you get 100,000.
Would it be fair to say that you were subpoenaed to come and testify today?
I was subpoenaed to...
Oh, here we go.
Do you recall by whom?
You know when you're at the tail end of the testimony when he starts asking these questions.
What would you say? Just by this, not the state, but the city of Waukesha.
Harry and Rod, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships.
Officer
Just when I received the subpoena letter, it was just from Waukesha. What's it called? Not really. I don't recall any name specifically on the letter, but I just remembered I was being subpoenaed by the city of Waukesha.
Do you recall when you received that subpoena?
Maybe about maybe like a month before, or maybe 2 months before this happened, or
before today. You mean?
I wouldn't say exactly before today, but maybe before the trial, sometime in August.
The neighbor who's as we saw in the photos in the exhibit, there was a neighbor whose car had scrapes. Do you recall if they filed any claim in regards to the scrapes?
In regards to the scrapes, no, just because they weren't actually there. I think they were actually at the parade, and since all of Maple was kind of shut down as soon as the police showed up, I think they had trouble getting in or getting to their house. So they got there late as soon as everything was cleared up. And the day after, they were able to see the damage to their vehicle, and they were able to sort of, after that whole situation, they sort of knew what had happened, and they probably figured that the damage that was caused was probably from the vehicle that was in the parade. So I don't think filing a claim was probably their main concern at the moment, because, yeah.
Do you recall having any conversations with the owner of the vehicle at some point? Maybe they may have wanted to ask if anyone heard what had transpired. Do you recall having any conversations with him about what happened that night?
I was going to say objection.
Grounds.
Well, the way that he asked it is just, did they have conversations? I'll let the witness answer.
I was gonna
question without.
I was going to say speculation, not hearsay though.
Conversations.
After it was the day after the incident that I talked to the neighbor.
Was anyone else present in your home the night of the incident that may have seen anything to your recollection?
Not necessarily. Like I said, our neighbors were downstairs, and I had to contact them to let them know what was going on. I told, like I said, my little brother was there, but he has autism, so
We're at the tail end of the live broadcast, Tones.
Also in the building.
It gets
as to what was going on, because I had.
It got pretty bad this morning and into some of the testimony today.
Caused damage to our cars. Like, let's go see what happened, and what's it called? As soon as I did that, everybody was aware. But yeah.
Was your family vehicles damaged?
Our vehicles, no.
This is the last witness. It's 5:50 right now, so they're gonna close up after he's done.
After you contacted your neighbors who were downstairs, do you recall anyone telling you that their vehicles may have been damaged in any way?
At the moment of the incident?
Yes.
No, they were all, at the moment of the incident, like I said, we were all sort of looking at the vehicle, and we were sort of walking around. There was a select few of us that went back.
Thank you, Mandy, for gifting him a membership.
That was made to the yard, and what's it called? We, as soon as they were calling the cops, none of them really, said that they had like damage to their car. I could see part of the black SUV that was sort of a little bit touched up, but it wasn't as bad as the Infiniti that was in my neighbor's house.
After the law enforcement came to the scene, I'm sure that you had brief conversations with them. Did anyone from law enforcement ever contact you again after that point about additional information that maybe you missed that night?
At the exact moment of the situation, as soon as law enforcement showed up, we were told immediately to head back up to our house, back inside. A little bit after, we were contacted by some detectives, and that was that same night. We were just contacted once, and then the day after the incident, we were contacted again.
So anytime after the day after, did you have any contact with any law enforcement about the incident of that night?
That day after I did, yeah.
And then after that, none?
After that, yeah.
Was that a ways off, a little time after, or was it still relatively close to the event?
So the first times that I was sort of contacted by detectives was the day of, the day after, and what's it called? And I was contacted later on by sort of.
I did see a little bit of that, Tones. We're going to get to that part.
But apart from that, not.
Most of these questions are inane, useless, so forgive me if I'm talking over him, but it's really a bunch of useless information.
You just said
That's not really relevant to his guilt or innocence.
Well, I couldn't really specify what it is because I really never reached out, but we were reached out by I don't know if they were in an organization or just help from the county for people that suffered from the parade. And we were also reached out because we were involved in the situation, just because our house was.
Hey, thank you for the membership, Norfolk.
In the whole mess, and
right, with
we sort of
vehicle being found in your driveway.
We were sort of
thank you for the 199K far.
Situation too. So
no.
We talked
the answer is no.
We were all pretty shaken up. I was pretty shaken up. Sort of scared, sort of frustrated too.
So, why didn't you follow up with victim care if you had, a few concerns after the incident? What prompted you not to follow up with victim care?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
On relevance grounds, I'll sustain the objection.
And are you aware who the plaintiff is in this?
Oh, goddamn it, there it is.
Yes.
Who would the plaintiff be?
Plaintiff being sort of, or I guess you can say the defendant, Gerald Brooks.
The defendant would be the plaintiff?
Or not the defendant, but a plaintiff, or I guess, what's it called? Could you kind of sort of
The plaintiff would be who is actually bringing the claim.
Oh, the plaintiff bringing the claim?
Who's bringing the claim would be the plaintiff.
That would be this city of Waukesha, sorry.
The city of Waukesha?
I'm confused by the questioning, if I'm going to be completely honest.
He's not a lawyer, he's a layman, he probably wouldn't understand that.
Well,
Answer.
he answered it. May stand. Next question, please.
And you stated that at that time you didn't there was confusion about what was going on. So just so we're clear, you at that time you didn't learn any information about what had transpired at the parade at that time.
At that time, specifically, can you specify what time?
At the time that you observed the vehicle in your driveway and then had the initial, I guess, friends and family kind of like.
Oh, during that time window?
During that time, yeah.
During that time window, like you mentioned, as soon as
Thanks, Mandy.
Witnessed the vehicle, I had no idea what was going on in my driveway or what led to that vehicle being left in my driveway. And like I mentioned before, as soon as we being our neighbors from downstairs and my mom, we all went downstairs and we kind of looked at the vehicle, and then we started realizing what was going on as soon as we saw people leaving the parade, leaving away from downtown Waukesha, and we were able to sort of figure out what was going on, but not necessarily like exactly what happened.
And you stated you saw people running.
Oh my God! I think he already asked this question.
Downtown area or from the other way.
He did. He already asked this question.
It was kind of like
Objection asked and answered.
all over the place.
Not necessarily all over the place, I would say. There was a cohesion as to the direction that people were leaving or heading towards. It looked like people were heading towards, not towards, but more away from downtown Waukesha. So
You said like a library coming from the way of a library or something?
the library is closest to the downtown Waukesha area, so they were heading away from that sort of general direction.
You made a reference to they was going towards the direction where train tracks were?
Yeah, so that'd be going away from.
I have no idea who that is, Sean.
Sure.
Do you recall do you recall how many people it were? Was it a lot of people? Was it?
There was quite a bit of people, yeah. It wasn't just one person, two people. There was people. There was some people carrying their children. Some other people kind of with strollers and stuff.
So generally like a crowd.
I guess you can say, but they were all sort of still in the streets, sort of still walking with all their belongings. Yeah.
I actually have less issue with him pronouncing it library than I am with him pronouncing biased with a T. Biased.
Mention what had happened at that time that you recall? Grounds.
A lot of people pronounce library as library. All right, I can forgive that. It's the biased
Do you want to ask?
issue that I have. Or tacket. That's also another one. Tacket.
You just want to know
I
if he talked
I
to
was
them?
asking, did he, to his recollection, did any one of the people that was moving away from the area, did they say anything that he recalls?
Calls for hearsay. Do you want someone to sustain the objection?
You could sustain.
Okay.
That'd do it. No more questions.
Okay, thank you. Any redirect?
Very, very briefly, Your Honor. Can we please put up exhibit number 66, which has previously been published? I asked to publish it again.
Go ahead.
And while we're waiting for that to come up on the jury monitors, I'll ask Mr. Arashiga, from the moment you arrived downstairs and saw the vehicle in your driveway until the moment that the police arrived, were you standing near the vehicle that whole time?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled.
So when the officers arrived, the first responders, I guess you can say, when they first arrived, we were not necessarily like right by the vehicle, but we were sort of in that general area, right by the balcony area. And as soon as they showed up, we were told to just get back inside. So we just walked back inside the building. But yeah, we weren't really right on top of it. We were just kind of by that area.
When you say balcony, you're referring to the front balcony closest to Maple?
Oh, sustained as to the form of the question.
When you say balcony, what balcony are you referring to?
I guess I say balcony, but more like porch. In a previous photograph, or in another photograph, we were able to see some chairs in that porch area, and that's sort of kind of where everybody was hanging around. And as soon as the cops showed up, they told us to get back inside.
So you're talking about the backyard.
Objection, leading.
Sustained is to the form of the question.
What yard are you talking about?
The yard that we were hanging around.
Yes.
That would be sort of the front yard, when the first responders showed up. Because as soon as they showed up, they told us to get back inside, and we went back inside right away.
He can testify, Kathy, yes, as if he's
Responders arrived. Did you see anybody
representing
else
himself, he can testify.
walk up to the vehicle?
Objection.
Aside from your group.
Objection.
Just hold on a
Hold
second.
on,
We have
there's
to
an
address
objection.
Speculation.
Overruled, he may answer.
Sorry. On the vehicle. Sorry, can you repeat the question? I forgot about it. I'm sorry.
Aside from the people in your group, the people you knew, from the moment you got downstairs and saw the SUV in your driveway until the moment that the first responders arrived, did you see anybody else walk up to the vehicle?
Objection. Speculation.
Overruled, he may answer, excuse me.
So between that time, no, nobody else approached the vehicle. All the people that were around that area were people that were with my neighbors, and then just me and my mom as well. Nobody else walking from the parade.
Can we zoom in on the house and exhibit number 66, please?
Objection, relevancy.
It's previously been admitted.
Do you see the window that you were looking out of on the second floor in this picture?
Yes.
Can you circle it for us?
It'd be right about here, or yeah.
Can we please preserve that annotation, mark it as 66A, and I'd move that into evidence?
Objection. What's the relevancy?
Your objection's noted, 66A is received.
And I have nothing else. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. Sir, you may step down. Was he on your list of subpoenas?
I
don't.
don't believe so. I don't believe so.
Okay, then he may be dismissed. Or excused, sorry. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I have the instruction once again to read to you. Please do not begin your deliberations and discussion of the case until all the evidence is presented and I have instructed you on the law. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else until your final deliberations in the jury room. This order is not limited to face-to-face conversations. It also extends to all forms of electronic communications. Do not use any electronic devices such as a mobile phone or computer, text or instant messaging, or social networking sites to send or receive any information about this case or your experience as a juror. If you come in contact
Not yet, Tones.
lawyers,
Apparently that's in different testimony
speak with them.
earlier
For
today.
their part, the parties, lawyers, interpreters, and witnesses will not contact or speak with you. Do not listen to any conversation about this case. Do not research any information that you personally think might.
We're just gonna wait and see if he says something stupid before we close out.
Investigate this case on your own or visit the scene either in person or by any electronic means. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio, television, over the internet, or any other electronic application or tool about this trial. Do not consult dictionaries, computers, electronic applications, social media, the internet, or other reference materials for additional information. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness in this case. Any information you obtain outside the courtroom could be misleading, inaccurate, or incomplete. Relying on this information is unfair because the parties would not have the opportunity to refute, explain, or correct it. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device, including personal wearable electronics applications or tools with communication capabilities, to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by telephone, blog post, email, text message, instant message, social media post, or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this matter, either in person, electronically, or by any other means. If anyone does so despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based on the evidence presented in the courtroom.
Honestly, I'm not even sure if he's actually reading it.
And it is improper
based on
for them to
what his eyes are looking at.
deliberations and decision in this case. After the trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has any reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers.
Maybe it is.
Decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. With that, you are excused for the weekend. We will see you Monday morning at 8:30. All rise for the jury. All right, I'll see everyone on Monday morning at 8:30. We are in recess. Thank you, everyone.
Didn't say anything. All right, we're going to go right to the beginning without missing a beat. Because it's, as always, it always starts out with a bang at the beginning. Don't worry, there's no sound at the beginning here.
CF Daryl Brooks, case number 21 CF 1848. Appearances, please.
And Zach Richow.
Sir, state your name for the record, please.
I'm here as a third-party intervener in this matter. As authorized representative for my client, I accept for value and return for value all of the charging instruments in this matter and make my exemption available for discharge of all obligations and charges connected with this case. I do not dispute any of the facts in the charging instruments. And for the record, I do not consent to or agree to being called that name that you have identified here today.
I honestly wish they would ask what the name of his client is, but there's no point. He's going to be argumentative about it.
The record should reflect that the individual known to this court as Daryl Brooks is present in person, in custody, in street clothes, specifically a suit and tie and a mask. I just also want to make a record quickly that a number of documents were left by Mr. Brooks in the holding area just outside the courtroom. They have been put on his desk today. It's all of the autopsy protocols that were provided to him yesterday, the hard copies, that is, the diagrams that were presented in court related to those protocols, and a copy of the pretrial offer. So I just wanted to make that record. Hold on, not right yet, please. So I have been advised that all of the jurors are here and ready to go. I presume the state has available its next witness.
Yes.
We'd also move State's Exhibit 162A into evidence.
As to 162A, Mr. Brooks, any position on that?
Yeah, I object. I haven't even seen it, first of all. And second of all, again, for the record.
Mr. Brooks, I'm just dealing only with the exhibit right now. Sorry for the interruption, but I need to do that without interruption from you. 162A was a screen capture that
With annotations.
related to an annotation that a witness made. I believe that was during witness number 34. Yes, that was Mr. Hallmark. And so based upon that, Exhibit 162A is received, and I will so advise the jury when they come in. Sir, I'm not going to address any preliminary matters.
Thank you,
at
News
this
Now,
point.
Wyoming,
I've already addressed
for the $5.
a number of things yesterday. The jury is to be brought out.
No, it was some things that needed
And
to be
yes.
discussed about the paperwork from yesterday.
We'll take that up on a break. You can look over it. You can make a note and pass it to
I've
my clerk.
already looked over it, Your Honor, with all respect. I think there's some things.
Mr. Brooks, I'm not going to deal with it right now.
It
It's
needs-
paperwork. I just wanted it notated that you left it, and now it's being provided to you
I'm
again.
not referring to that.
Thank you,
paperwork.
I'm not
Kick,
dealing
for
with
being
the
a
paperwork
member
from
for
the
12
clerk's
months.
office either. I am not
You're
the
welcome.
custodian.
No.
We're going to bring the jury out.
Okay, but she should
Brooks?
know that she's trying to
Mr. Brooks,
get me to pay.
stop. I am
She's trying
not
to get me to pay
addressing
something.
it.
Uh-oh.
It has to be addressed, Your
All right,
Honor,
I'm
'cause
going
if
to
I
take
don't-
a quick break and make sure the jury is ready, and we'll
If I don't address it now,
Already taking a break. And he's still going. He's still going. Still going.
we're not gonna,
All right, thank you. The jury can come on out.
we're not gonna address this civil matter.
No.
Yeah, so all of a sudden he thinks this is a civil matter and not criminal. I don't know
I
why.
was told to pay for something under a civil statute.
Mr. Brooks, I am not the custodian. Bring it up with the clerk of court.
How
I'm
can I
not
bring it
addressing
up with the
it.
clerk of court? How am I supposed to do that? So that makes me wonder if it's a
Mr.
civil
Brooks, the
case.
jury's
Oh, he's a fucking idiot. So my understanding of what if I can understand what these two are having a back and forth with, he's trying to make a public records request for something or another. And he was told by the clerk of courts that in order to make that request, he probably has to adhere to a civil statute or whatever the public records law is in Wisconsin. And so now he's all of a sudden thinking that this entire endeavor is a civil case because he's an idiot.
coming out. I'm not going to
it's-
address your request
If
for
it's
open
civil-
records.
if it's civil,
I'm not
then
the
it needs to
custodian
be
of the records,
who's
sir.
being sued? My Sesame Trust is being sued?
Sesame Trust, drink. He drops the Sesame Trust thing today.
Civil is a
Mr.
civil
Brooks, this
matter.
is an irrelevant matter that you're attempting to bring up in the presence
If it
of the
was-
jury. The
I
record
was
should
not. I was
reflect
trying to
these
bring it up
interruptions.
before the jury came out, Your Honor.
And I
know
told
that.
you I wasn't going to address it. Please.
Okay, so it's a civil matter. Who's being sued? My Sesame Trust? Because how can I be
Mr.
sued?
Brooks, you're talking about an irrelevant
I am
matter
not
between you and the
acknowledging
clerk of
Kick.
court.
It wasn't irrelevant
So-
when I got the paperwork from the clerk of courts. I was simply
Mr.
trying
Brooks,
to
Ever.
address it.
I'm not going to address
I'll
it. The
acknowledge
jury
you.
will
I'm
disregard
being
these
I hate.
irrelevant
Oh my
comments.
god, I hate you so much.
We haven't addressed subject
All
matter
right, thank you,
jurisdiction yet at all.
everyone. Please be seated. The jury
So
will
we're not gonna
disregard the
address subject
statements
matter?
Mr. Brooks is making about subject matter jurisdiction. They are a misstatement of the law.
Yes, no,
All right,
it's not.
and
Oh, okay.
This is a civil.
News Now Wyoming already know he received 50 pages last night from the public records request. He says saying stuff was not complete. So they may have cited a statute that held that the some of the records were withheld or something like that. I gotcha.
Mr. Brooks, the jury's here. Please
Like,
show
this is a civil
respect
case?
and decorum.
According to this document, this is a
Mr.
civil
Brooks,
case,
please stop.
which means someone is being sued. Civil is a suit.
Mr.
Oh my
Brooks,
God.
you're talking about an irrelevant
I have
matter.
the
I'm
paperwork
starting the
sent by the
trial.
court right here that says it's a civil matter.
Mr. Brooks
So
has
what's
nothing
being
to
sued?
do with
My
this
Sesame
case.
Trust is being sued.
I have no idea what you're talking about. So,
I got the paperwork right here.
all right, I'm
How
going
do
to
you
excuse
not know
the
what I'm
jury
talking
right
about?
now, given this disruption. All rise for the jury.
No, he, of course, yeah.
This should be properly addressed before the jury even comes out. That's why I'm trying to properly address it.
No,
before we
Danny,
even on the
he
record.
doesn't know what decorum
Stop.
means.
I'm not
He's
gonna- This is.
You are not
I
being
was giving
respectful
this
to this
He's a
proceeding
moron.
or to
With
this
all
jury.
respect,
No, it's not with all due respect.
with all due
Stating that doesn't
respect,
make it
I was given
respectful.
this paperwork by you.
Mr. Brooks,
months
Thank you,
have
Kit,
passed.
for the $2.
stop talking till the jury is out.
Okay,
Thank you.
so why couldn't we address this before they came out?
I'm
That
not
was the
going to
time-
address it,
That
bottom
was the
line.
time to address it, though. We're supposed to do all the addressings before the jury comes out, before we start the matter.
Please
I was
be
trying to
seated.
simply address paperwork that was given to me by you, Your Honor. That states that
Mr.
this-
Brooks,
it states that
you
this
have
is a
interrupted
civil
me
matter.
repeatedly. You are on the verge of being removed to that courtroom. I don't want to
On-
do
on
that.
what-
I want you to stay here.
on what
But
fact of the
you
law, Your
keep
Honor?
interrupting me and bringing up irrelevant matters. I told you yesterday, as a courtesy that was provided to you, so that you would frankly not complain that you didn't get it as quickly as possible. Okay, I am not the custodian of the records. If you have an issue with what was provided to you, how it was provided to you, then take it up with the clerk of
She
court.
can't
But from
charge
now on, I am not going to be the messenger and give you documents that you request to the custodian of the records or from the custodian of the records. They will simply have to be delivered to you at the jail. But that is in response to your discussion or whatever we want to call it this morning. I'm not taking it up. All right, it is irrelevant.
It needed to be noted for the record.
It doesn't
Because
need
it
to be
was-
noted, sir.
You
All right,
gave
the
it to
jury's
me-
coming
you gave
back
it to me
out,
in
and I'm
open
going
court.
to warn you, if you bring this up again, I will pause, and I will remove you to the next courtroom for being disrespectful, for being interruptive, for being disruptive, and for bringing up irrelevant matters in front of this jury. You will forfeit your right to be present for the direct examination of this witness.
I object to that,
Did you
Your Honor.
hear what I said, sir?
No, I did not. I object to that, Your Honor.
Well, you can
And-
object, and your objection is noted, but if you
For the
interrupt
record-
when this jury comes
the
out,
record-
they will go, I will have them taken out again, and you will be removed to the next
For the-
courtroom.
You can't, what is the legal basis for that ruling, Your Honor?
Illinois versus Allen, sir, and all of the other cases.
Thank
that
you,
have been
Ari.
Previously, I'll make the
For
appropriate
the
record.
10
Stop interrupting me.
PLN, I have
The jury's coming out.
no idea what currency that is, but thank you very much.
Despite your repeated
Ari.
efforts to disrupt.
That's a
Yesterday,
miscalculation
sit
of the
down.
duties.
Yesterday alone, sir,
Polish?
17 interruptions, not including the
Yes.
opportunity that I gave you where you spent 50 minutes, okay, discussing what were primarily either irrelevant or baseless accusations and requests not based in law
Is
or
your
fact.
camera on?
I was abundantly patient
No.
with you yesterday.
Turn your
You
camera
still
on.
haven't
And-
verified by proof any of what I
And
said,
none
Your
of that is
I'll warn.
required, sir.
Because it
And
is, you can't verify.
your
by proof.
belief that
Baby.
that's the law
Where's the subject matter
doesn't make it
jurisdiction?
so, Mr. Brooks. Your belief that these are legitimate legal positions
They are.
doesn't change the
Yeah, I
law
thought-
and doesn't make it so.
It's
So,
clearly
again-
relevant because you didn't want to.
I'm going to step off and give Mr. Brooks 5 minutes to cool off, and when that
I don't
happens,
need
I'm
to
bringing
cool
the
off.
jury
I'm
out,
not angry at all.
and then we will
I just wanted
continue.
to. I don't.
So there you obviously see that the judge has absolutely ran out of patience. I mean, she had far more patience than I think most of us would have. So I at least give I at least understand the need for patience, but she's absolutely at her wit's end, especially after giving him all that time to go off on his rant, and so she's not having it anymore.
I don't know. After all she just said, I would have just said, I'm sorry, Mom.
He's still talking underneath his breath. All right, I'm gonna move on. Who do we have left here?
Artie, this is your conscience speaking.
Shut up, you.
Sure
Drink.
that you're doing okay. Goodbye.
Drink
Quiet,
more
you.
apple juice.
God.
Never again.
Once again, not addressing the subject matter jurisdiction.
The clerk. That's the law clerk. I mean, if I was in his shoes, I'd be like both dreading and also excited to be a part of this entire endeavor.
Yet again.
Maybe a little bit more in the...
I think that's allegedly blue bacon in the chat now. Oh, he already left. He bailed.
be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, while you were not with us,
thank you for the $5.
state moved Exhibit 162A, and I did receive it.
I mean,
with that, who do we have on the witness stand?
to be honest,
State calls Assistant Chief Craig Learman.
All right, sir, would you please stand? And
he
raise
hung
your
himself
right
a
hand
long
and
time
mic
ago
to
at several
record
different
where you
points. That was just another nail in the coffin.
Shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please be seated. Sir, the first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Sure. First name Craig, C-R-A-I-G. Last name Learman, L-I-E-R-M-A-N-N.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. I'd like to direct your attention to Sunday, November 25th.
All right, like I said,
2021.
we're gonna go focus on the cross-examination and make sure, so we get to the best parts. This officer, though he's in uniform, I believe he was off duty and was an attendee of the parade, and not in his capacity at the time.
Okay. So the sidewalk running kind of up, and then you side of the street
Facing to the west.
Overruled.
Yes.
Can you please circle it for us? Now, what did you see the taillights of the SUV doing in the last few seconds of that video?
Objection. What's the relevancy?
Lights.
Relevance.
Oh, please rephrase.
You testified earlier.
Come on.
Seemed to me like he was excited about what he was doing.
I would have objected to that. Gee, he does not. He's such an idiot that he doesn't know when to object. When he could object. That's an obvious speculation objection.
Would please put up for the witness exhibit number 134. Excuse me. Second clip, we're just going to play the first 7 or 8 seconds for.
Vehicle in the video?
Yes. Where in relation to where you were standing?
That would be west of my left or south.
You testified earlier that the driver's window was down when it passed you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does this video accurately depict how the SUV looked, including that window, at the time you saw it?
Objection. Speculative. That window was open.
At the time you saw it?
Objection. Speculative. That window was open.
That window.
Is that it? Well, all right. I'm turning up the volume for me. I'm listening with my headphones. I'm trying to hear whether or not he said the window was open or my window was open. Hang on.
Was down when it passed you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does this video accurately depict how the SUV looked, including that window, at the time you saw it?
Objection. Speculative. That window was open.
Overruled. He may answer.
I can't.
About what he recalled,
He
not
said
what
the.
someone else thought.
I think he said the window is open there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Move exhibit 134 into evidence and request permission to publish.
Objection. Hearsay.
Or no, yeah, Danny, you just also said right. It could have also said no window was open.
Publish is granted.
Okay, we'll play this once at full speed.
Objection. His forehead too shiny, Your Honor.
The video that we just played, exhibit 134, that's how you recall seeing the video that day, the vehicle that day?
Yes.
Now, if we could put up for the witness only exhibit number 9, please. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
What is it?
That's the red SUV that I saw on the parade that day. The damage done depicts in the front of the vehicle is consistent with what I saw. The driver's window is open, like I saw.
I think so, Jessa.
The driver that I saw driving the vehicle that day.
Does Exhibit 9 appear to be a screenshot from the video that we just saw, Exhibit 134?
Yes.
I'd move Exhibit 9 into evidence and request permission to publish.
Objection. Speculative.
Exhibit 9 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Looks open to me.
I mean, it looks open to me, but you could also say in comparison to the tint of the back windows, which is something that Brooks constantly harps on.
Does that come up in the jury box?
You could theoretically say that his window was open. It's just obviously more transparent than the tinted windows by comparison. But from there, it looks like the window was down on the driver's side, at least.
As dirty as his windshield is, I'd be hard pressed to believe that his driver's side window is spotless.
True. Thank you, Lana Del Gay 13 for the $6.99 Canadian.
Okay, we can take that down. Thank you.
I had to double check that that was the name.
What did you do after the SUV drove out of your field of view?
Checked on my family. They were physically unharmed. So then I went into the road to see how I can help people.
Did you?
Yes.
Who?
Stepped out into the road. I looked to my left, to my right, in each direction.
News Now Wyoming, this
Probably
police
12 to 16
officer?
people in each direction that were lying in the road in various positions. I just walked up to the first people that I saw to my west, which would have been people that were with the Catholic community of Waukesha.
And did you attempt to render any medical aid to anybody in that group?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
This is the cop who says my car too.
But the breaths were more like snoring. I recognized that she was not getting good quality breath.
All right, go ahead.
Would you happen to be on duty today, right now, if you weren't testifying?
Yes.
He asked this of every public official,
Would it be fair to say?
or at least every cop. Like, are you being paid to testify here today?
So on the clock, would it be fair to say that you're getting paid right now?
Yes.
Would that be for your testimony or just because you would be on the clock otherwise?
These would be my normal work hours right now.
I mean, it's a weak attempt at hinting at potential bias.
So you're being paid to testify right now as we speak?
Objection.
Grounds.
Asked and answered.
Grounds?
He may answer.
Yes.
Any idea why you would be getting paid to testify?
Because I'm on the
These are my
clock.
normal work hours.
Because he yeah.
Been subpoenaed by the state to be here.
So the state's paying you to testify?
Oh my God.
The city of Franklin is paying me.
To testify?
These are my normal work hours.
In other words, he's not being paid explicitly to testify.
Is part of your
They're
duties as an officer?
They're reimbursing him.
So you've done this more
Whatever.
than just this time, then would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And each time you were paid to do so?
Yes.
You made mention to the state of Wisconsin. Is that who you were subpoenaed by?
Oh, I missed it.
Silly Reaper just super chatted with 100.
Good job,
Said
Reaper.
grounds.
Yes.
Your claims
You don't recall
Mr.
by
Brooks
whom
of
the
Grants
subpoena
is HS.
delivered to you, the name on the subpoena?
No.
So would it be fair to say that upon being subpoenaed, you were in touch with the state of Wisconsin?
Specifically, the Waukesha County DA's office.
Do you recall who those interactions were with?
Not specifically.
Thank you, Silly Reaper, for the $100.
So it'd be fair to say you had an interaction with the Waukesha County District's Attorney's Office, but don't recall who you spoke with.
I spoke with a group of people from the DA's office.
Do you remember anyone by name?
One of the people was the gentleman, the DA at the table.
Let the record reflect that the witness made a hand gesture towards the prosecution table and identified Attorney Whichow.
Objection.
The record will so reflect.
So you knew that it was a strong possibility that you would be called to testify then, I'm assuming. That'd be fair to say?
Yes.
Did you seek to testify in any way?
I don't understand the question.
Were you actively seeking to testify? Like, did you, on your end, did you reach out and volunteer testimony?
After the incident, I did complete a report of what I saw that day and gave it to the Waukesha Police Department.
So after that report that you submitted, you didn't follow up on what was happening in the matter at that point?
No.
So it'd be fair to say after you gave your report on the incident, you just went back to work and continued your normal duties. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you follow much in the aftermath of the matter at that point after you submitted your report?
Not really.
Don't recall seeing any news reports related to the incident?
I may have saw some.
You made reference at one point to, well, let me back up. Was today the first time you ever saw those exhibits, the videos and still frame photo?
No.
So you've seen that before today?
Yes.
You recall how many times?
I believe probably once a piece.
Do you recall who you were showing them by?
The
Same.
table. Yeah.
Same attorney?
Yes.
Let the record also reflect that, again, he's made a right hand gesture to the prosecution table and identified Attorney Whichow.
He's learning.
No objection.
Record will so reflect.
And do you recall around what date that was? And what would you define as
Banzai
recent?
Guy
Weeks,
15 just
few
super
days?
chatted with 100. They said if he committed one crime every year from the moment he was born until now, he would still be facing fewer charges than he currently is. It's going to take like 20 minutes just to read the verdict when this is over.
Thank you for the $100, New Zealand. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Exhibit, I want to say it was 133, or maybe 132. You recall seeing the vehicle that you saw that day going through the parade route? Would that be fair to say?
Could I see the exhibit? I'm not sure which one specifically you're referring to.
Let's try exhibit 132. Then maybe.
Sorry, guys. I still haven't figured out how to adjust the volume so that I get the jump scare and you guys don't. I still haven't.
The witness only
I still need to figure that one out.
For everyone.
All right, go ahead.
I don't have it on my screen.
You have it in the jury box.
I have it now.
No, I need the jurors to let me know when they get it, since there's a more of a delay to the jury box and those monitors.
Carl just super
great,
chatted with
'cause I don't hear it
100.
at all.
They said arty arty arty.
You get to watch it, you
It's
guys
not a
suffer.
party without arty.
You made reference when shown this exhibit. You made reference to be in position around like right in that area. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
If you could play the video from
Thank you, Carl, for the $100 super chat.
starting at around 5 seconds.
Give me a second, I need to clear the annotation. You don't want to capture them anyway, do you?
Oh no, not good.
All right.
All proceeds are going to my medical bills and a new gaming chair since mine broke. Thank you very much.
Did you see the vehicle?
You should get an
pass
office
the
chair.
position where you were standing
Gaming chairs are designed to
in
break.
that exhibit?
Yes.
Well, this is actually a specific chair I'm looking to get.
The driver of the vehicle
Your specific
hanging
chair.
out of the driver's side window, and I think your words were,
I'm not
you were.
I'm not getting like a
Recall saying that?
one of the the typical cheap gamer chairs. It's a specific type of chair, but
Video that
I don't want to get into it while we're
driver
watching
of
this.
That vehicle is not hanging out of the window.
In that portion of the video, he is not hanging out the window.
So what portion? Let me back up. In any of the exhibits that you were shown.
Banzai Guy 15 just super chatted with 100. They said at this point, we're just bullying Artie with money.
Yeah, kinda. Bonsai guy, kinda. Thank you.
Thanks, Bonsai Guy 15 for the New Zealand $100.
For the thank you, Bonsai guy, for the $100 New Zealand.
Possibly they would fall out. Where were you positioned at that time?
I would have been standing on the south side of Main Street, just west of Maple, by a few feet.
Do you know of any reason why the exhibits are not depicting what you say you saw?
That portion of the video only covers from a distance where I was. It would have been the very tail end of that. When it's going to the west, that video is probably from several hundred feet to the east of where I am. So
Several hundred feet? How would you estimate that distance?
just I know where that video is taken from and where I was standing. That's an estimate of about how far.
And you know that for sure?
It's an estimate.
So it would be fair to say you don't know for sure.
Objection, argument.
Grounds.
Sustain.
Grounds for sustain, Your Honor.
Argumentative. Sustained as to the form of the question. Please rephrase
Would
it.
it be fair to say that in the exhibit that was just shown, that from the position that you said that you would have been positioned at, would it be fair to say that the vehicle passed that position pretty quickly?
Thank you, Brian Showman, for the $2.
So how were you able to get a look at the driver if it passed your position quickly and we can see lots of people standing in that position?
When the vehicle passed by me, the vehicle at that point in time was a threat to me and my family. So I was very focused on what was going on, very focused. And it passed directly in front of me, about 10 feet away. So all my attention was directly on that vehicle. That's how I noticed that.
And you saying it passed 10 feet in front of you?
Approximately, yes.
Does this exhibit that was just shown depict what you are saying now, that it passed 10 feet in front of you?
Yes.
So can we pull that back up?
Sure. It'll be shown to everyone,
Yes.
and if the jurors would let me know when it's on the screens in the jury box, please. Go ahead. You
Jurors
want
have-
it played? They haven't yet, they confirmed. Do you want it played from a certain
Well,
spot?
I'll get to that.
Yeah, I don't know why.
For the jury, your position would be somewhere in here, as you testified. Would that be fair to say?
I don't know why Bonsai is getting a discount. It's supposed to be like
Can we put that X down?
$100 American, like converted.
You interrupted.
Okay.
But he's getting a discount.
Given the angle of this, it's very hard for me to show precisely where I am. It's a little, it's, if I can draw an X, I'm trying to draw it as far,
Use your finger.
I'm sorry,
That's okay.
like as far down here as possible. It's not right, it's not like any of these people here. It's actually, because this is still, all this video here is still on the east side of Maple. I am on the west side of Maple. So when I put an X here, I am essentially, I'm going to call it way down there, several hundred feet. I'm not any of these people pictured.
Also, yeah, I have no idea why the IT department in the courts dropped the ball with how shitty their mics are today, but I noticed that it was a thing all day long.
Does that make sense?
No, it actually doesn't, but I was referring, so I probably had it a little coming this way, so by what you're saying, would that be fair to say?
Where the area that he was in.
Okay.
So we'll clear the annotation and go ahead. If you could do that, sir.
Again, it would be.
Now, did you mean to put that arrow?
I did not mean to put that arrow there.
Let's clear it again. We'll have you do it. I know it's a touchy
Woodwork,
screen,
don't give
so-
me a heart attack like that. I thought somebody sent in another super chat with the red lighting.
So you and your family were approximately in the area of where you drew the X. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Would it be also be fair to say that there are quite a few people in that area?
Yes.
No, guys.
Would it be fair to say that?
What I'm saying is, in the previous days, the mics weren't anywhere near this bad. They were much better in the previous days. That's all I'm saying. It's just today it was particularly egregious.
You can see, I guess it would be some type of lights from the vehicle that passed. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And you estimate that.
All right, I'm gonna move on from here because he honestly kind of wastes a lot of time with this guy.
I guess it could.
Do you know for sure, or is that just a guess?
That's just a guess.
So you don't know for sure if that would cause, if the driver may have been stuck in the wrong gear.
What?
You're not sure if that would have caused them maybe to lose control of the vehicle at that point in time?
Speculation.
It could. I don't know.
From the
Oh, you know what? That's right. Danny, you make a good point. I think actually it's whatever mic that this channels you TMJ4, it's their mics that are actually shit. It's actually Long Crime Network's mics are actually better. Hang on. Where are we? Oh shit. All right, well, I can figure it out. I'm gonna go here.
photographs of Daryl Brooks in other contexts. Is that correct?
Objection. I do not consent to being called that name.
Don't mind me.
All right, we're gonna go here because again, we're gonna go with the cross examination. This is the off-duty officer, who was walking his dog when he allegedly saw Mr. Brooks come out of a driveway without his car. This was the moment that he drove the car into the that neighbor's backyard, ditched the vehicle in the driveway, and then ran out in the other direction. And as he was walking his dog, he saw Mr. Brooks running away. So this is him.
Pause there at 4 seconds. You mentioned Prospect. Could you draw a line down Prospect for us? Okay, so that's the only cross street we can see clearly in the video. Correct?
Yes.
And do you see any vehicles on Prospect at this point?
See two.
Could you
also
circle the one with
clearly more than two vehicles
on Prospect?
I'll clarify.
No, you said
right here.
Prospect. He answered.
Right here is Brooks's car with a clearly busted headlight right there.
His answer my stand.
Where's Prospect? Where are you referring?
He already drew a line. The witness would redraw the line for Mr. Brooks. Thank you. Go ahead.
Do
Probably.
either of those vehicles have, appearing to you today, to have an inoperable headlight?
Yes.
Which one? If you could circle it, please.
Objection. Leading.
It's not leading. He may answer.
Thank you. We can clear that. And we'll resume at 4 seconds, please.
So he turns in there.
Pause.
And then who dat? You guys can barely see it there, but there's a little whitish smudge right there. And that's allegedly Mr. Brooks.
Paused at 27 seconds. Do you see on the video right now the person you recall being the driver of that vehicle?
Yes.
Could you please circle that
Miss
person
Nutty
for
Nut.
us? I'd like to mark and preserve this annotation as Exhibit 65A, please, and move it into evidence.
Objection. Hearsay.
The objection is overruled. Exhibit 65A is received. Go ahead.
Yes, please. The clothing worn by the person you just circled, does that match your memory of what the driver was wearing that day?
Yes.
Okay. And let's play from this point. 27 seconds. And we'll stop there. From the 27-second point to the end of the video, the person who you circled, does that match your memory of what the driver did that day after he got out of the SUV?
Yes.
What did you do next?
I attempted to call 911 to report a crash.
If we could take the video down, please. Did you get through on the first call?
No.
What about the second?
No.
Third?
No.
Did you eventually get through?
Fourth time.
Objection. Hearsay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the answer. The objection is overruled. Could you please restate your answer, sir?
I believe I got.
He said, of course, under his breath right there.
And that's when you reported what you saw?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Any questions on cross-exam for this witness?
I do. Can we pull that exhibit back up again? And publish.
5 will be shown. Go ahead.
And publish.
Granted. Permission granted to publish. It's been received. Let me know, jurors, when 65 is in the jury box. It's up. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, right as this pause right now.
Oh my God, that's loud.
Man, it's at 0. Would it be fair to say that to the, I guess that would be my right of the screen, you can see a white looking SUV by the walkway where people would be able to cross the street? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that the side street that you lined as being Prospect, I think you said it was, where the 2 do not enter signs are, that would be the side street you're referring to? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that from the position that you're in, approximately here, and the side street being here?
And just so the record is clear, Mr. Brooks has annotated the touch screen with a line depicting the direction of Prospect.
Oh, I see what he's trying to say, that at that angle where they're at, they couldn't see Brooks turn in. Which, I mean, based on where the camera's at, and because it looks like it's a fisheye lens, so shout out to flat earthers. It may look like they couldn't see there. They couldn't see him turn in, but that may just simply be a product of the camera.
The street, the perpendicular street. I apologize, I don't remember.
Oh, but he never said he could see him in the first place. Ah.
Prospect is the
So then what's the point?
In the direction of the line, but there's a cross street there.
Okay.
But the X is indicating where this witness, his dog, and his daughter are in the video.
Danny said that. Danny said that he could see the truck. He could see the SUV go in between the houses. That's what he was able to see, not at the point of turning the corner. Gotcha. But Brooks probably missed that in the testimony.
From where you're positioned.
Thank you, Cheryl Moran, for the $20 super chat.
X, you can see down this street from the position you're in.
No.
So how were you able to see if a vehicle would be coming from this way from the position you're at?
I didn't see the vehicle driving on Prospect. I saw it driving behind the houses through the yards.
So you were able to see the vehicle behind houses?
Between houses, behind.
You said
houses.
behind. You said behind.
Right, through the
And you were able to see that from where you were?
Yes.
Can we take those marked lines and...
Oh, no.
Can you play it a little bit? I'll tell you when to pause.
You just confirm you want it full speed?
Yeah, I guess that would be regular, whatever is the regular speed.
Yes, please.
I'm sorry about that.
Go ahead.
Would it be fair to say from...
Do you want it paused?
No, not yet. Just, you can let it play. I'll say, I think it's 36 seconds, so... Would it be fair to say from...
Well, hold on. The video's showing, so wait till it's done playing and then ask a question. Or have us pause where you want it paused.
Pause. So it's paused at 18 seconds for the record. Would it be fair to say that in the 18 seconds shown to this point, you're pretty much just walking the dog, moving around, just walking normal? You don't make any sudden moves to the left to look, or you don't stop in your tracks or anything. You're just walking along. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And you also made reference to hearing a crash. What point did you hear the crash?
Sometime while the vehicle was driving behind the houses.
Why didn't you immediately stop in your tracks and say you just heard something? Why do you just keep moving as if you heard anything? Nothing.
I just turned my head to see if I could see anything, and I didn't see anything.
And so you just kept moving?
Correct.
So basically it was just like, oh, do, walking the dog.
Yes.
Can you play? fair to say that another roughly 8 seconds to play, from 18 seconds to 26 seconds, still you didn't stop in your tracks, still you didn't turn to look at the other side of the street in any manner? You're continuing doing what you're doing. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Why so nonchalant?
When the vehicle emerged from the back of the house, I saw that it was damaged, and then in my mind, I knew what I had heard.
With all respect, that wasn't the question. Why so nonchalant at that point?
I didn't think it was anything of great emergency at that point. I just figured that an intoxicated driver may have just struck another vehicle in the back of that alley, and now he was going to take off and run.
And being in law enforcement, why would you not investigate that if you heard something crash? Why, being an officer of the law, why would you not investigate that if you heard that?
I was with my daughter, and I would in no way put her in harm's way.
Well, I would think it would be fair to say that you can handle yourself.
Shut the fuck up!
Officer of the law, you're trained.
Fuck!
Would it be fair to say that you could have at least investigated the sound that you heard, that sound like a crash, at least?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained. It's also a compound question.
Hey, he's off duty with his child. I think he's going to testify to this, or he already did testify to this, but I would imagine that he probably called it in or called the police and acknowledged the crash. He's actually suggesting that he should have, like, with his daughter, go investigate what may have been a drunk driver doing a hit and run and bailing. What is he on?
Please rephrase.
So all these thoughts, maybe it was just a drunk driver and they're gonna run anyway, and all these thoughts, and that never piqued your interest to investigate?
Sometimes being a good witness is the best thing to do. That's why I called 911, to report it immediately.
Now that's fair, but being an officer of the law, you're right there.
Again,
objection. Not a question. Also asked and answered. Also argumentative.
Sustained.
This fucking guy.
You don't need to answer, sir. Next question, please.
What if someone may have been hurt at that point? You don't think you would have an obligation to investigate if someone may have been injured at that point?
That's why I called 911.
Can you play the rest of the video?
We sure can. Go ahead.
The chutzpah of this guy calling the question his the officer's moral duty.
He did a weird little
after he
thing. That's probably from the camera.
Killed or wounded 60 plus people.
Is it fair to say that you did not reach for a phone and take out a phone from your pockets or anything in any way? That be fair to say?
I can't tell if I did from the video itself. I know.
So when did you make the call?
At some point after you started running. The driver of the vehicle.
Who's you?
So how long after you saw the driver of the vehicle did you make the 911 call?
Within seconds, I believe.
Is it fair to say that we don't see that on the video?
The video is very small at that point. It's hard to see.
Is it fair to say we don't see you do that on the video?
Yes.
Can we pull the video back up?
It wasn't on the video. It must not have happened.
27 seconds and pause at 27. Maybe 28. I may be mistaken. Maybe just go one more second. Maybe to 28. Or you know what? No. Keep it paused right there. Would it be fair to say that you noticed the vehicle in this area right there?
Yes.
Can you remove the X? And what do you see right there?
I don't understand.
Do you see anything right there? An individual?
Okay, I did hear this part of the testimony, and it really got on my fucking nerves. But I'll let it play. It really got on my nerves.
Anything? Do you see anything right there?
It's
inside
hard
the
to tell
circle?
from that picture what I can see.
Can you move it? Can we blow it up a little bit or move it closer? Just a little bit.
I don't know.
Zoom.
What is she talking about?
Does that
Can it-
state
can
have
it be
that
zoomed in?
capability?
So we can zoom in as long as the defense
This
is
isn't
okay with
freaking CSI.
technological foundation issues there. We can zoom in. We have the ability to do that.
Would you like it zoomed in?
What do you mean by not? Say that again. I'm sorry.
Oh my fucking! This ain't CSI. So if it's gonna be zoomed in, it's gonna be at shit quality.
You're a shit quality.
That's the extent of our zooming capabilities with this
No,
software.
that's fine. That's fine. Can you see anything there?
It looks like something white. I don't know if that's the driver.
Looks like something white.
Oh no!
Yes, it's light colored.
White color what?
It's light colored.
Light colored, but you did say white. Is that fair to say that you just said white?
I just did say white.
Can you erase the circle? Zoom back out. Take the. It's like a box there in the corner that's kind of throwing the whole.
He said white. He said white. Yeah. Ah, got him.
Take it back to the regular.
Gotcha, bitch.
You testified earlier that you saw the driver.
White's not a nationality, Artie.
Shut
gray
up.
Hoodie, as you referred to. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
What I just circled right there, would you, from your recollection, say that that was the driver you saw?
I don't know what that is at this point.
You don't-
It's
you
just
don't
a
know?
paused video.
Shut up, Jessa.
Could be a glare. Could be a person. I don't know.
Enough nerd talk.
Play it again.
Well, let's play it again.
From the 27th.
Stop right there.
Okay.
Yeah,
no.
from the 27 mark. I think it just played maybe, what, a second, half a second or something like that? Did you see that whatever you said you didn't know what it was, could have been a person, could have been something else? Did you see it move from the position that it was before?
It could have been something else.
And you
could have been
also
encrypted.
identified that was white, right?
Mothman.
That's what you said, correct?
I did say that.
And would it be fair to say that you saw the driver in gray? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Take the circle off. You also stated that you were about 50 feet from
I don't know what you mean, Allie.
well, you added the vehicle in too. You said maybe 50 feet, and then depending on the length of the vehicle. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And from where you are here to here, because it would be fair to say we can't see
Hey,
a
Tom.
vehicle.
Hello, Artie. This is your
The picture
conscience.
at that point, would that be
And
fair
I
to
am
say
telling
we
you
can't
to
see a
love
vehicle
kick. Ooh woo.
that would be facing you because you said it was facing you. We can't see a vehicle. Would that be fair to say?
Oh my god.
The vehicle's obstructed. Yes.
So
Is that
would be 50
Fessington?
feet from
Thank you,
approximately
Fessington.
50 feet from X to X,
Approximately.
and you were able to see the driver. And
Greetings, everyone.
From where you're standing now to where the other X is.
RT, this is your
You are
real
looking about the
conscience.
race.
Don't listen to that imposter.
Oh my
Of the driver from where you were at.
I guessed.
You
on
guessed.
race.
So you're not for certain.
I wasn't for certain at that time.
You're tries to say he can't see across the street.
So what conclusion were you coming to at that point? Just an educated guess, or?
No, Artie. I am your real conscience.
How?
The Fez does not lie.
Would it be fair to say that your guess could have been inaccurate?
Could have been.
Anything's possible.
And you also stated that you saw news reports and the description of the
It's
driver.
possible
on the
that
news.
that one is a fool. Don't listen to that one, Artie.
And you made reference to the driver's hair. Would that be fair to say?
In my testimony, yes.
Mm-hmm.
You brought up the hair is what I'm saying. You said long hair. That be fair to say?
Yes.
And you will be able to see hair if you describe the driver wearing a hoodie?
Yes.
You'll be able to see hair and tell
The bacon is blue. The bacon is blue. The goddamn bacon is
You
blue.
didn't say, all fairness, you didn't say it was hanging out of the hoodie. You just referred to the hair.
Yes.
That's not a question, and it's argumentative.
Is it?
Hold on, there's been an objection. I believe the witness understood the question, so I'll overrule the objection. His answer may stand. Next question.
Is it any possible way you could have gotten a description from the news reports instead of what you actually recall?
No.
Oh.
And how did you determine that?
In the report I gave, in my statement, I described what I saw that day, not what I saw in the news.
Great answer.
Describe two different colors of dress. Once you said gray and one you said white. Would that be fair to say?
Oh my God.
I said that the item in the video appeared to be white.
Did you not say that the item moved? As you say item, did you not say the item moved from where it was at?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that there can be no movement to an item if it wasn't a person?
Yes.
A person that you described wearing white?
On the video screen, it appeared white. It appeared light colored or white.
Would it be fair to say that you said white? That was your first?
Yes.
Yes. But he explicitly said that on the video it appeared to be white.
At any time in that video, could you see hair?
In the video?
In the video.
You can't see.
You can't see shit.
No.
After making the 911 call, did you return back to the scene where you noticed the vehicle?
Yes.
And did you investigate at that point?
Yes.
So what changed from the point
Objection. The defendant has not threatened to mean the witness's bond.
And then returning back to where you saw the vehicle? What changed?
Not yet.
Those times?
As I was talking to the 911 dispatcher, I wanted to give them better details about the vehicle, so I walked back over to.
So at the time that you initially made the 911 call, there were still details about what you saw that you were unsure of. Would that be fair to say?
I believe they asked me what the license plate was, and I couldn't see it from where I was at, so I walked back over to give that to them.
So you couldn't see the license plates of the vehicle from where you were at?
No,
There's no license plate on the front of the vehicle, so I could not see
No,
it.
sir, I don't have precognition.
So you came back to investigate if there was a license plates that you can identify?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you investigate what you may have heard the vehicle strike?
No.
Any reason why not?
By that time, a large crowd had gathered, and there were sirens. I could hear them in the distance, and the police were responding rather quickly.
So you didn't take the opportunity to see if anyone from saying that you heard a loud crash, you didn't take the opportunity to investigate if anyone may have been hurt from that loud crash?
I didn't know.
Any reason why not?
No reason.
Yes, we will. I'm waiting to. I can't recall if there was anything juicy with the rest of this testimony, but this officer really handled the cross very well. But we're definitely going to go to the.
Any other details about the driver that you can recall?
Oh, that's right. The redirect is pretty good.
Further clothing.
No, I thought at some point I saw a Packers logo on his clothing or something to that effect.
Did you put that in your report?
Yes.
At any time, have you read or saw a complaint in this matter?
No, just my report.
Oh, here we go.
Any other officers that came to the scene, because you made reference to officers was responding by the time you came back to give more details to the dispatcher, more officers were arriving. Do you recall if any one of those officers investigated the loud crash you heard?
I'm unaware.
But it would be fair to say that they gave reports from what they observed when coming to the scene. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Do you recall any of them asking you of a description of what you saw?
I didn't speak to any officers on scene that day.
Any reason why not?
I just left.
Seeing as how that you made the initial 911 call, I'm sure the officers were probably responding by that time anyway, but seeing as how you made the 911 call, you didn't collaborate with the other officers to try to, piece together what you may have saw?
I'll object to the characterization that was the first 911 call.
I didn't say first. I said he made the initial 911 call.
Initial means first, so sustained is.
Yeah.
After seeing the description on the news, did you say to yourself, that's the driver that I saw?
I recognize the driver as the person I saw on TV or social media.
Social media or the news?
I don't recall, probably both.
Both. Did you report that?
When I gave my statement, that's what I told them. Yes.
And did you report that description before or after you saw it on the news or social media, or both?
I gave a statement the very next morning. I worked at 6 a.m. I reported it to my supervisor, who contacted Waukesha investigators and had one of our detectives take a statement from me that morning. The statement that I gave them was from my experience at the scene, not from what I saw on TV or social media.
So it would be fair to say by
nipped him at the bud.
And you had already seen reports on the news or social media?
Yeah.
Or
yes.
both?
Yes.
And your report was the next morning, so could it have been fair to say that that's where you got the description?
No.
No. See, he keeps on asking one too many questions. He can raise the specter as to whether or not he was potentially influenced by the news as to what he put on paper and what he saw. But then he tries to ask the direct question, which you don't do on cross.
That you don't recall having via social media or the news after you had already made your report?
I don't understand the question.
Did you learn any additional information after you had already given your report?
Learn information about what?
About the description of the driver, what had happened at the parade, anything.
This guy couldn't be
originally, I had
grasping
no
at
idea
straws
what had happened
anymore
at
if
the
he
parade.
was
I thought it
working in a
just,
scarecrow
just a
factory.
hit and run crash. I had no clue what had happened at the parade.
So you,
Pleasington, I'm going to kick you out for that joke.
You witnessed a hit and run crash, but you also said that you didn't investigate the crash.
Pleasington, can I wear you?
Correct.
So how would you characterize it as a hit and run crash if you never investigate what you heard?
Well, because I heard a crash and then the driver ran.
Well, you also stated, to be fair, that you didn't investigate the crash. So how was it any way to know what you were witnessing if you didn't investigate it?
You can wear me anytime,
I
Git.
saw the driver
Ooh,
run.
ooh.
So in my mind, I assumed that was a hit and run crash.
So it was an assumption, you didn't know?
Yes. I heard a crash. I didn't see the crash.
Correct. So would it be fair to say that from the assumption that there was a hit and run crash, as you say, the only way to know for sure where the crash came from would be to investigate it? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And you stated for the record that you did not do that.
No.
Yes.
Okay. And?
So why would you report it as a hit and run crash if you were not sure what it was?
Well, based on my training experience as a crash investigator, that's what I thought it was.
Dios mío.
Did you talk to any of the people that lived in those houses to see if they had heard the same thing you heard?
I spoke to maybe a resident of the apartment or the house right there who just said that the vehicle didn't belong there.
Did they report to you that they heard any crash?
No, not that I recall.
Driver?
No. As far as I know, yes.
No further questions.
There we go. Finally. All right. Let's hear this. Let's hear this redirect.
Yes, please. Thank you. Testify that you didn't investigate the sound of this crash, correct?
Yes.
Were you off duty that day?
Yes.
When you're off duty, do you carry a police radio with you?
Objection. That is irrelevant. It's an officer of the law.
Overruled. He may answer.
Oh, I can answer that.
So if you did get into a pickle, you wouldn't be able to call for backup, would you?
Objection. That's speculative. Still has a cell phone.
No. Fuck off. Brooks, you can fuck off. You open the door to this line of questioning. When you started questioning, why didn't you investigate? Why didn't you involve yourself in an accident, notwithstanding you being off duty with your daughter? You opened the door to this line of questioning. You can't get pissed off and object now that the prosecutor's asking about this kind of scenario.
It's not speculative. He may answer the question.
Correct.
Shut up, Gary. I see
your daughter,
you.
The one that we saw in exhibit.
Objection.
65.
The defendant is an absolute dumbass.
65. Is she a sworn law enforcement officer?
Objection. Irrelevant.
Overruled. He may answer.
No.
At the time you heard the crash but didn't investigate it, did you know that the vehicle that you saw had been involved in hitting dozens of people on Main Street minutes earlier?
Objection. Asked during cross. Answered.
Overruled. He may answer.
Overruled. I don't remember him even asking that, but maybe I skipped it.
When the driver got out, and just to clarify again, who was the driver?
The defendant.
Darrell Brooks?
Darrell Brooks.
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name. And
Mr. Brooks, I'm sorry.
I don't consent to being called that name.
So noted. Next question, please.
Did you see anybody else get out of the vehicle?
No.
When you went back to check the vehicle, was there anybody inside?
No.
On this issue of the white clothing, can we please show for everybody exhibit number 120, which has previously been published?
Go ahead.
You see exhibit number 120 on the screen in front of you?
Mr. Brooks,
Yes.
I do not consent to your
The
fate.
person who appears to be behind the driver's wheel of the red SUV in that picture.
Objection, what is the relevancy?
Yes.
How would you describe the color of
More relevancy.
that person's wearing?
More
Light gray or
relevancy.
white?
Like he had the picture taken out of portrait studio. It's so him.
That's all I have for this witness.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Zoom, enhance.
May this witness be excused from this appeal?
The jurors for and
I think somebody told me that this little 15-minute break session gets spicy. So
take a recess. It's a little bit later, but
I think I missed this part, or maybe I didn't. I can't remember.
15 minutes or so. All rise for the jury, please.
It's either this one or right before they come back in.
All right, we are in recess. Please be back in 15 minutes.
Oh, maybe it is after the right when they come back.
His eyes are so shifty, it reminds me of that dog from The Simpsons.
Subject matter.
Oh, there it is.
She did.
LOL, I am now on Kick's head. Hashtag life goal.
Why? Oh my god.
Because objection grounds.
Yeah, okay.
Sat Hale just super chatted with
All right,
100.
welcome back, everyone.
They said objection. That is not me driving. I shaved the since then. I'm different.
Thank you,
wasn't
Sathal, for the
talking-
$100 super chat.
I wasn't talking about Santa's Little Helper. I was talking about Homer's idea for a movie where the movie ends with a dog with shifty eyes.
We'll have the jury brought out, and the state may call its next witness when the jury is out here. Go ahead.
Hey, who is that voice reading the super chats? Glad I don't sound like that wanker.
Brian's much better than you, Fessington. Deal with it.
Your objection's noted for the
Them's
record.
fighting words.
I don't believe the audio's on. Your objection is noted for the record. I addressed that yesterday. I will not be addressing it again.
Was I at least heard for the record? Because you just stated that the audio wasn't on.
I heard it.
Did the record hear it?
Yes.
So they heard me say subject matter jurisdiction hasn't been verified or proved yet?
I don't think anybody has, Deacon. At least not yet. I don't think anybody has mentioned his tattoo on his above his eyebrow.
And just for the record, Fessington is not driving me.
Record
I'm
also
traveling.
heard you are a moron.
Statement calls next witness. Please make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain
All right,
standing,
this is
raise
the
your right hand.
this is Mr. Redbeard, who was clearly the star of the show today. But we're going to go straight to the not redirect, the cross examination. If you don't know who Mr. Redbeard is, he is the officer who fired on the vehicle on the day of the incident.
I was facing north.
So that would have been on your...
Mask is off. The record will reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
What happened after...
On north.
I'm not driving
Show
Kick.
for the
I'm
witness
traveling
only,
Kick.
Please, exhibit number 57.
Hold on.
Do you have your
We're gonna play
Moorish
what we saw in that
robot
video of that
nationality
incident.
card?
No.
Do you know if any investigation possible
Point of view from that same intersection.
Is this an accurate video depicting the events as you saw them on November 25th?
I do not answer questions.
Oh.
Yes, it does.
Move Exhibit 58 into evidence.
It's only English. It's just auto-generated subtitles, but I'll go ahead and put them on anyway.
Objection.
Exhibit 58 is received. Permission to publish is granted. The jury will disregard the comments that are on the right side of the exhibit. Those are not to be considered as evidence.
This is a 15-second clip. We'll play it once at regular speed with audio, please. We see the barricades at the end of that clip, is that right?
That is correct.
And do you recall what those are made out of?
I believe they're made out of fiberglass or plastic.
And what we saw in that video, again, that's inaccurate. Does that match up with how you recall the incident?
That is correct.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Any questions for this witness, sir?
I do. You stated initially that you had heard some radio calls about a possible altercation at Frank Park.
That is correct.
Do you recall what the initial report of that was?
My recollection of that was that there was a call for service. Is either a domestic or some sort of physical altercation along the riverfront.
Thanks, Smoke.
Park, and that there was a male with a armed with a knife, and that he was fleeing from the area.
So it was reported it was a possible knife involved, and there was a male running from the scene?
That is correct.
That's what I just said.
And were you ever given any further information about the male with the knife that was running from the scene?
No.
Any information that the male with a knife running from the scene was in a vehicle at any time?
No.
Do you know if any investigation was done looking into that supposed fight at the park?
Yes.
And what did you learn?
I did not learn anything of it. I just know that squads were responding there to investigate it. I was not updated on their findings or what they had investigated. I just know that they were dispatched there for that investigation.
Do you recall if there was ever a knife recovered or a suspect recovered in that supposed incident?
Do you mean like how much later do I know? Like what I know now?
At any time. Do you know if there was a suspect?
I'm pretty sure no one at that parade suffered any injury or death due to a knife.
Was found with a knife, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, I do not know if the suspect from that incident, which was you, was located with a knife.
You, what do you mean?
You, Brooks. You were the suspect in that incident. And you were taken into custody approximately 30 to 40 minutes later. I do not know if you were armed when you were taken into custody.
Snap.
Reflect that, not identified by that name, nor do
Oh my God!
by that name. I'm here in third place.
The record's noted, although the jury will disregard the comments, they are not evidence in this case. Next question, please.
At the time, you said, did you respond to that incident at the park?
No.
So how can you know who was involved with it if you didn't respond yourself?
Because you stated at any time this investigation took a long time to complete, and from this investigation we determined that you were the suspect in that investigation.
You determined that?
I did not. No.
Artie, can you pause it for like 1 second?
What?
I have something special for you.
It's been a second.
Say it.
Hi, Artie.
Hi, Miss Little Kicklet.
She saw you on screen and she said she wanted to say hi, Audie.
Well, tell her I said hi.
All right. He said hi, sweetheart. All right, I've got to run because the Kicklet needs my attention. But Miss Mandy, thanks for inviting me. That says a lot about Artie thinking about me. Come on, Fezzington, we got things to do.
All right. Thanks, guys, for dropping in.
Bye, everyone.
See ya. Thank you for dropping in, man.
So basically, you just going off what you were told because you just stated that you didn't.
Blue Bacon, what are you whining about? You came in and you left without even saying hi or goodbye. So I want to hear your bitching.
You also gave, and when you were asked the question of, were there any other officers along the route, or I don't know if that was referring to side exits or anything of that nature, but
oh, for fuck's sake, here we go.
Stating that you gave an estimate, stating that you weren't sure where other.
I already owe Danny like apology gifts. Now apparently I owe Blue Bacon apology gifts now. Great. Freaking great.
Officers were stationed, but you gave an approximate estimate. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
And would that have been officers stationed at?
What's up?
I just come into the Discord and come into voice.
Okay.
Different cross streets?
That is correct.
Do you know if those cross streets were barricaded?
I know that there were barricades across numerous intersections for the parade route. That's how we shut down traffic in the downtown area for parades.
So pretty much every side street is barricaded?
I can't give you specifics on what streets were barricaded, but yes, the vast majority of streets are barricaded to stop traffic for the parade route.
Shut the fuck up, Omega.
Can you pull up Exhibit 1 and publish?
The state would please do that. Thank you.
Does the jury have it yet?
Yes.
Can you see? Well, I know you can. Can you see the red lines on this map that we're looking at?
Yes.
And what do those red lines constitute?
Barricades.
So would it be fair to say that there's a red line at every cross street that we can see on this map? That would be
Do you mean along the parade route? Or the
along the parade route, starting at East Main Street. There's
Hey, Mike.
a red mark. Oh, I didn't mean to put that.
Hey, Mike.
Arrow. Can we?
Hello, am I on?
I was trying to put like a little.
You are on.
Starting there, there's a red line there. There's 2 at Buckley.
Hold on, just so the record.
Law Talk with Mike is in the house, people. Say hi.
Near the intersection of East Main and White Rock Avenue. So from that location to where?
There's 2 at Buckley.
Well, hold on, you're testifying now. You gotta ask a question. So the jury will disregard that
Are
statement.
there 2 at Buckley?
Hey.
Is there one at Martin Street?
Yes.
Is there one at is there 2 at Barstow Street?
Yes.
1 at Gaspar?
Yes.
1 at North Grand and 1 at West Broadway?
There's two at West Broadway.
Well, this one is on the closer to where it says North Grand, and one is on the other side of the star right there. This is what I'm referring to.
Okay, yes, there are two right
Clear
there.
that?
Please clear that, Madam Clerk.
So there's two there. There's two at Clinton Street. Can you see those two?
Yes.
There's one at Maple Avenue. Can you see that one?
Yes.
And there's one at right here at West Avenue. Can you see that?
Correct. Yes.
So it would be fair to say that there's pretty much barriers at every single street from White Rock and East Main to West Main and Northwest Avenue.
Yes.
Barricades at all those streets.
Yes.
Do you know if there were officers stationed at those barricades?
Yes, this map shows, it appears, where everyone was for their assignments that day.
So would it be fair to say if someone wanted to exit the parade route, they would essentially be blocked in by the officers and barricades?
Oh my God, really?
There are barricades at these streets.
So,
you can see, would that be fair to say?
So I had no other choice but to plow through the entirety of the parade because all the out streets were barricaded.
So
that's what he's trying to draw a conclusion.
Essentially, if someone was leaving the parade route, can they just go right through the barricade?
Based on the previous videos that we just were shown.
Not based on the previous videos. If someone was leaving the parade route, can they just go down these streets that are barricaded? Can they just drive right out of there?
Yes, the video showed that.
How when it's barricaded?
Yeah, this guy's
As
solid.
the video we were shown earlier, the vehicle went right through the barricade.
Well, you asked the question, you have to let him answer that. He's giving you the reason. You asked him how. He's explaining it.
There's plenty of ways to get off the parade route. You can stop after being given lawful orders by officers, and they could have directed you off the parade route in a safe manner. You could have stopped the vehicle at any point, or you could have driven through plastic barricades like you did at Northwest Avenue, where I was. So yes, you can drive through plastic barricades.
You refer to as who?
Daryl Brooks, you, the person that's talking.
The you? And how did
oh my God!
Conclusion of that name. As
You can also not ask open-ended questions to a witness that's smarter than you.
Yep. This building here, which you said is the Wisconsin House. Would that be fair to say?
Well, that's a compound question, so you need to rephrase that, sir.
You state clear this right there.
Please? Is that a please?
Can you clear this circle and arrow right here? That's.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You stated that from where you were positioned that you couldn't see around that building. Did you say that?
Yes, I did.
So it would be fair to say you also couldn't see what was happening along the parade route on Main Street. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
So it would be also fair to say that everything that you knew up until that point came over the radio and you didn't have first-hand knowledge.
That is correct.
Never said please. What?
You also
messing with
stated
the wrong
that
witness.
after a few minutes of hearing these, I guess, radio reports, you said after a few minutes, you noticed something was going on. Do you recall from the reports how long this vehicle traveled along the parade route? An estimate of the time that it traveled down the parade route?
I do not know how long the vehicle was on the parade route for. If I had to estimate I would estimate approximately 1 to 2.5 minutes. 2 minutes, maybe.
Would you say it's fair to say that that's relatively a short amount of time?
I would agree with that.
So what do you mean by after a few minutes you noticed something was going on?
Because after a few minutes, what I meant by that was the initial call for service at the boat launch, or for that domestic fight in Frame Park. From that time frame, from when squads were responding to there to the time that I had shots fired, that is what I mean by a few minutes. So you have to take into account the time for squads responding to that.
Oh my God, this witness is great.
Protocol, so.
Oh no.
Mr. Brooks?
Oh my God.
Okay, right, but I have to advise the jury to disregard the comment because it's not testimony.
Oh, I was laughing. I missed it. What do you say? Let me go back.
Protocol, so. I don't know police protocol, so just.
Just commentary.
Mr. Brooks, please ask your next question.
I'm getting to it.
No, right, but I have to advise the jury to disregard the comment because it's not testimony.
And you stated that. Well, let's go to.
Yeah, go ahead. You don't need. Do you need that? We're gonna turn it off.
Yeah, you can take that down. Sorry about that.
All right, thank you.
I believe it's Exhibit 57. Can you pull up Exhibit 57?
This is what happens when you have a luxurious beard. You give no fucks. Yeah. I don't have a luxurious. My beard cannot comprehend what this officer has.
16 or 17 seconds. Can you bring it back a little bit?
Yeah, let's take it back a little bit to where you murdered a bunch of people. That'll be great. That'll help out.
Would it be fair to say that those are barricades that are laying in the street there?
Correct.
Any idea why they were not standing up?
Yes, I do.
What would be the reason?
It was very windy that day, so when they were standing up how they normally are, they kept on blowing across the street. So we tilted them on their sides so they wouldn't get blown across the road, and they would still stay up there and block traffic.
I think somebody earlier testified that it was a windy day.
Laying down?
Yes, they served the same purpose.
But they would be able to block
barricade failure
by laying down.
Are you serious, dude?
I guess I don't understand what your question is here.
Would it be much more easier to see them if they were facing upright?
Oh my God.
Than laying down?
I think the height difference between them laying down and being upright is probably quite minuscule, because as you see, the legs that are now up in the air are approximately the same height as what the bar would be standing up how they normally are.
And you come to that conclusion how?
Based on my training experience after deploying barricades on numerous
Artie, you're not buying this?
and working several parades and
This cop is full of it.
History.
Easily impeachable.
A barricade facing upright.
What does he know about? What does he know about cordoned off events where you have to close off side streets?
I got about 1,000 messages that there was a fantastic witness, and I suspect it's him because
my understanding is this was the star of the show today.
Back to 10 seconds.
I was stuck in a miserable 3-hour deposition of my own
What
case.
we're looking at right now is a little hard to see. You can see the vehicle. You can see where you identified you were, but it's a little bit.
Oh, in case you didn't, in case you didn't know, Mike, this is this particular officer is the one who fired the shots at him as he was driving past. Yeah.
It's hard to see everything. Would that be fair to say? Because of the person with the black coat and the gray hoodie and Nike black pants is directly in the middle of the screen. That's fair to say. It's a little hard to see from this.
Where it is paused now, yes.
Yes, that's what I meant. Where it's paused now.
Yes.
It looks like this would be you right here. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
It looks like you're firing your weapon right there. Would that be fair to say?
I do not know if I have pulled the trigger yet or not. I don't believe I have.
You were ready to fire at that point.
That's correct.
Do you recall what you were aiming for?
Yes, I do.
Can you state for the record and for the jury?
You, Derek.
You. I was aiming for you.
You make reference to the you and the name. How did you come to that? Seeing as how this testified to that you couldn't see anything before what you call the Wisconsin house. Would that be fair to say that you
fucking Officer Savage over here
testified to that?
That's correct.
And you also stated that you learned additional information later on. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
So how could you determine at this time right now where we're looking at that you knew the suspect's name and the driver? Because you keep referring to you and then you saying the name. How did you have that information at this point that's paused right here that we're looking at?
I didn't say at that time I knew your name.
You referred to the name. Did you not?
That's correct.
So how were you able to obtain the information about a name?
I did not know your name at the time I shot at you.
Who's the you were referring to? Again, you say a name, but you haven't answered how you came to that information. You told this?
He's trying so fucking hard.
Whom?
I do not know who told me. Ultimately, I just know that throughout the course of the investigation, your name, you were arrested within 30 or 40 minutes, and you were identified as Daryl Brooks, who was the suspect in this incident.
You either had to hear that name from either a report that you heard or someone told you. How did you come to the conclusion of the name?
I'm assuming someone at the police department told me your name.
And you don't recall who that was?
No.
Even though you can cite the name so clearly and identify it and keep stressing it and stressing it, and you don't recall how you got the information of the name?
That is correct.
So is it fair to say that you're just using the name based off what you're told and not what you were aware of?
What?
What are you asking me?
Is it fair to say that you're identifying this name based off of what you told and not what you knew?
I'm saying the name based on the fact that you are now, you were arrested for this incident. You were identified during this incident, and because of that investigation, that is how we know your name.
Fair to say, and obviously you said you've been in law enforcement for 7.5 years, correct?
Correct.
I'm sure you've done a lot of investigations in that 7.5 years. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Thank you, Alex, for joining the membership.
Understand that during a police investigation, any suspect is innocent until proven guilty. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
And so with that knowledge, why are you so adamant about the name of the suspect that
You just testified to. Okay, I'm pausing this. I need to go get another beer. I apologize. But the answer to the, I don't know the answer that he's going to give, but I'm going to give the answer that it's not up to me to determine whether or not it's you. It's up to the jury. Ultimately, it's up to the jury to determine whether or not my testimony, as I'm alleging that it's you who was the one in the vehicle, is correct, or they rely on my testimony. I'm making
adamant. It eminent. Are you so eminent?
Wait, the subtitles got it right. Oh, you're saying that he pronounced it wrong?
You said animate. Are you so animate?
So, okay, I didn't even pay attention because the subtitles actually got it right, but apparently he pronounced it wrong. That's great. The auto-generated subtitles actually corrected him. I'll be right back.
That's out. Thank you for the $5 super chat.
I'm Artie. I'm so smart and a lawyer, and I know everything about court.
Hey, what the fuck?
you just testified to not being aware of at the time? That you testified to, in fact, being told?
I'm sorry, I'm confused by your question. Can you say it again?
I think it was clear, but I'll say it again.
Thank you.
Well, I'll say it this way. You testified to not being aware of the suspect's name at the time.
Correct.
You also testified to being told of the name, correct?
Uh-huh.
Correct. I don't know how I came about your name. I would assume it was through the investigation at the police department.
And were you, in fact, part of that investigation?
No, I was not.
So it would be fair to say that by you using a name, you would not be sure. How can you be sure?
I'll object.
Ground.
Argumentative.
Danny actually showed me that clip earlier, and it's still damn funny. The way the prosecutor's like, oh, fuck it. Argumentative. I don't know. Objection.
It's been answered. It's argumentative. The objection is sustained.
Thank you, Bonsai Guy, for the $50 New Zealand. Thank you very much. All these comments are really insensitive to the murderer. That's right. He reads the YouTube comments, guys. You got to calm down.
When
all right.
asked about what you were aiming at when you fired, you didn't give a definitive answer. You were aiming for the driver?
I felt like I gave a pretty definitive answer. My answer was you, Daryl Brooks.
For the driver.
Well, I was aiming for you, so yeah, the driver. Jesus Christ.
Yes. Pretty definitive. I identified the person I was shooting at.
You toads for the $5.
What part of the driver's body could you see when the vehicle passed you?
When the vehicle was approaching me, I could see the silhouette of his face and upper portion of his body.
Can you describe what you mean by silhouette?
Oh my God. This is it.
Upper portion of a...
All right. Danny prepared me for this whole thing with silhouette. I haven't heard this, so here we go.
Person's body, I would say, from maybe chest, shoulders, and head and face.
You said silhouette, though. What is a silhouette?
The outer portions of what would be like your shoulder down, your arms to your chest. The silhouette would be the outer portion of it.
That would be the upper half, not the silhouette.
Oh my god.
Silhouette.
The objection is sustained. It's
oh my fucking god.
Is not asking a question. It's affirmative. The jury can certainly decide what that means, but he's answered the question.
Would it be fair to say that that would be equivalent to a profile?
What do you mean by a profile?
A profile
oh my god, pain.
Sort of like a...
Angstball, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships.
Would it be fair to say that a silhouette would be more of an outline that would be kind of similar to a profile?
I don't know exactly what you're asking here, but I can tell you when the vehicle was driving towards me, I could see your face, and then as the vehicle drove to my right, yes, then I saw the side of your face, and so then, yes, as a vehicle passes you, you see different portions of the driver, I guess you could say.
And so you aim towards what you can see?
Correct.
And so you can aim towards what you can see. Well, I would fucking hope so. If a cop is about to fire his weapon, I hope that he sees what he's shooting at. For fuck's sake. Jesus.
So that would be the upper part, as you say, you said the shoulder made I think it was your left hand pointing to your right shoulder, shoulder and up silhouette, as you say?
That is what I could see when you were driving at me. You asked me what I could see of you, and that is what I could see of you in the vehicle when you were approaching me.
The question now, though, is that what you aim for?
I was aiming at you. Yes.
At what you can see.
I was aiming at you in the driver's seat.
He's so salty about
Shoulder,
saying you.
22 and up, correct? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Firing a weapon of your caliber, would any of those shots be kill shots?
Yes.
By definition, discharging your firearm is using lethal force. So yes, it is very possible. Yes, these shots would potentially be lethal. That's the fucking point of using lethal force. God damn.
Would it be fair to say that firing a kill shot at anyone would terrify him?
Oh my god. Nobody likes getting shot. Yes.
Terrifying. Yes, it is.
So it'd be fair to say you were shooting to kill?
No.
You stopped the threat. I think I heard this bit.
So
stop the threat.
Say that, judging based on what you see that you testified to, a silhouette from about here that you pointed to, from the shoulder, using your left hand, you pointed at your right shoulder from here up, and you just acknowledged that any one of those three shots could have been kill shots. Would it be fair to say that you were aiming to kill? Shooting to kill, rather. Not aiming to kill, but shooting to kill.
No.
So, in your estimate, what do you think you would have hit if you just testified to saying that you aimed at the driver? What were you estimating to hit?
Well, my intention was to shoot you in the upper portion of the body. However, my intention was not to kill you. My intention was to stop the threat that you were posing to everyone in the downtown area at the Christmas parade.
Fucking perfection. Perfect answer. Absolute perfect answer.
Keep referring to the you again.
Thank you, Jen, for the membership.
By your estimation, acknowledging that those were kill shots, if you connected with any of those shots, is it possible the driver could have been killed?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that that's deadly force?
Yes.
Firing your gun is using deadly force, yes.
Do you think it would have been possible to aim at the tire of the vehicle?
Oh my fucking God.
Why not? Would shooting the tire of the vehicle not stop the vehicle?
No, it would not have.
No. Chat, how many like police chases have we seen where police have used stop sticks or a tire is blown out, but the vehicle is still going for miles? No! Shooting at a tire does not stop the vehicle. It doesn't stop the threat because your foot is still on the gas.
So a blown tire to your estimation, a blown tire would not stop a vehicle from moving?
I've had a blown tire. I have had a blown tire, and it did not immediately stop the vehicle. Jesus H. Christ.
No, it will not.
So it'll just keep on. It won't even slow down?
That is correct. I'm trained to stop the threat. You were the threat. The vehicle is not. The vehicle was the weapon in which you used. So that is why I shot at you.
There's the
perfect.
Pretty close.
Oh.
So that is why I shot at you.
There's the you again.
He's so mad.
Could you have? Well, you testify that you're trying to stop the threat. And so, would it be fair to say that that training constitutes shooting kill shots?
Well, we are trained in deadly force, and when we are presented with a deadly force incident, yes, we have to sometimes make that difficult decision and use deadly force.
Have you ever?
He's not okay. And I'm sure the officers in chat can correct me on this. The officer's trying to essentially say that stopping the threat can include requires the use of up to and including deadly force. The application of deadly force is obviously going to depend on certain factors. But the ultimate goal is to stop the threat. And depending on how big of a threat it is, that's what's going to determine whether or not they're going to use lethal force to stop the threat. Not that they're going to decide to straight up try to kill you.
Ever used deadly force before that incident? Grounds.
Sustained.
You said you're trained to use deadly force. So would it be fair to say that anytime you shoot your weapon, it would be deadly force?
Yes!
When it is directed at a person, yes.
Were you injured in any way during the incident?
No, I was not.
Thank you, some old dude, for the 5 gifted memberships.
And at the time, being where you were positioned at, you've already testified that you could not see what was going on during the parade route from your position. So, why did you feel the need at the time, not knowing the full extent of what was happening, to use deadly force?
Because as I previously stated, based on the fact that the radio traffic for people screaming for ambulances, and as different officers were getting on the radio, and it was progressively moving further and further westbound towards me on the parade route, that, and then officers saying someone was hit, which I initially thought was a physical altercation, someone being hit, but it was a vehicle versus person hit. Based on that, the vehicle speed at which, yes, I could not see it down Main Street. I only had a couple seconds at most until the vehicle from where I saw it was to my location. So based on the amount of vehicle damage, I knew the vehicle had been striking pedestrians in the roadway, and because of that, that's a deadly force incident. So that is why I deployed deadly force.
So you said you knew what the vehicle had. You knew. You said it multiple times. You knew.
Yes.
How could you know if you could not see around the position that you were positioned in? How do you know that?
Because based on the speed of a vehicle on a closed roadway during a parade, and people running out of the way so they did not get run over right in front of me, between all of those things, I knew what had just happened, and that is why I had to take action.
And you knew based on the radio reports?
I would say everything that I had just previously described, all of that encompassing, yes, that led up to my decision making into yes, now I knew what had happened. I did not know previous to that what was going on. I did not know there was a vehicle on the roadway until I saw it.
It's a totality of the circumstances.
Everything together.
When you saw it,
totality of the circumstances.
As you said, it was a couple of seconds. So
yeah.
At that point, did you observe the vehicle strike anyone from the time that you saw it?
No, I did not. I was focused on the vehicle, so I just remember that there were a ton of little kids and adults on the sidewalks. I knew there were a lot of children right in the roadway right there. And I remember seeing people like running, but I wasn't really paying attention to the people. I was just focused on the vehicle. So it was really all I was focused on at that point.
You weren't paying attention to any other people?
That was not my primary focus.
But you do recall that no one was struck from the time you saw the vehicle?
Yes, after looking back, after videos later on throughout the investigation.
No. From what you saw, from which you observed with your own eyes.
Thank you, all of you.
I can't recall ever seeing someone hit right in front
for
of
watching.
Me. No, I do not recall that.
Please hit that like button if you can.
Videos that you saw.
My only shameless plug.
Does anyone get struck in those videos that you saw today?
No, not that I saw today.
And you still made the decision to shoot to kill?
That's correct. Actually, correction, I shot to stop the threat. If ultimately you would have been killed from that, that is a possible outcome.
But you did testify that there were kill shots, did you not?
Objection. Argument.
Sustained. It's also been asked and answered in multiple ways.
Do you recall what your shots hit? If anything?
Yes. Later on, throughout the investigation.
Maybe.
At the time.
Me, John, I have no idea.
Not later on. At the time where you fired the shots.
You asked a question. He was attempting to answer it. So you have to let.
I was trying to give him clarification on what I mean.
But you have to let him answer the question that you asked, and if you feel the need for follow-up, then you can do that or ask a very specific question. But I'm allowing him to answer. He was interrupted. Go ahead.
I believe it was 3 days after the incident. That is when I gave my voluntary statement to Detective Kirby and Detective Casey, and upon completion of that statement, I asked them if they could share any information with me, and during that conversation I was shown a picture of the vehicle and where my round struck the vehicle.
Okay, I was gonna say, because I could have sworn I saw a bullet hole in the windshield in the previous photos, or in the photos that we saw earlier today. I could have sworn that there was a bullet hole that came through the windshield. Maybe that was one of them.
You stated you asked them for any additional information that they.
Thank you, Aaron, for the 5 months. I appreciate it.
At that time, you still didn't have a lot of information. Would it be fair to say that?
That is correct. I didn't know where my rounds had struck previous to that.
Hey, thank you, Serenity Salvador, for the 1999 super chat.
In the statement that you just testified to, saying you asked them if they can provide you with
Happy to have you.
information. Did you at any time specifically ask about the shots that you fired when you requested if they could give you any more information?
I do not remember the specifics of what questions I asked in pertaining to what information they could share with me. I think it was sort of a generalization of what can you share with me at this point.
So would it be fair to say at that point that there's a possibility that you did not know the name of the suspect, nor did you know if you had shot the suspect at that time?
At that time, I knew I had not shot the suspect because the night of the incident, when he was taken into custody, it was relayed to me that he was uninjured and he had not been struck by any of my rounds that were fired.
I do recall just testifying to requesting more information from the detectives when you had the conversation with them. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you said that you don't recall asking them about if your bullet struck someone. Is that correct?
That is correct. So the day I met with Detective Kirby and Detective Casey, that was, I believe, 2 or 3 days after the incident, Mr. Brooks was taken into custody the night of. So when I was still at the police department, I knew that he had not been struck. So I think we're dealing with the questions I asked of the detectives. That was not the same night of the incident.
I'm sure you asked, you didn't say it, but you said you don't recall the information that you requested. Would that be fair to say?
No, I don't recall specifically what questions I asked I don't know specifically what questions I asked of them a year ago. I know it was a generalized, what information can you share with me at this point, because I didn't know what was going on in the investigation or what leads they had or essentially what had happened after my involvement, I guess.
So you didn't, it would be fair to say there was a lot of information that you still was unsure about at that point. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
So if there was information that you're acknowledging that you had no knowledge of, which would be essentially the reason why you would ask if they can volunteer more information to you, then how would there be any way of knowing if you struck the suspect?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained. It's a compound, confusing question. Please rephrase. And I also think it mischaracterizes the testimony.
Rounds. Jail is usually relegated to like a municipal jail or a county jail. Prison is usually reserved for the state. Prison is usually reserved for long-term sentences.
And you said you made a statement during your testimony that you had learned that the suspect was not injured. Do you recall who you learned that information from?
I believe when I was back at the police department after the incident, so after using deadly force, you're ultimately removed from the scene. When I was at the police department, I was with a support officer and another detective, and at that point, I was still answering questions for investigating officers for what I saw, what I knew, what I saw in the vehicle, and I believe Detective Stern was at our substation.
Yes, I would, Kovacs.
With Daryl Brooks.
Taylor, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships.
I was shown.
Guys, I apologize for pausing, but I want to thank all of you, and I want to for joining me tonight. We had over 700 people watching. I normally don't get that many, so I appreciate it. Number one. Number two, I appreciate all of y'all's generosity tonight. Y'all have been very, very super generous in the gifted memberships. I really appreciate it. Thank you for being with me. Again, I actually hit 12,000 subs yesterday. So it's another milestone. But again, thank you guys for joining me tonight. I really appreciate it. It means the world to me. Thank you.
A photo at that point, and I know I had asked if he sustained any injuries or if anyone else had sustained any injuries from my use of force, and at that point I was not told that anyone had been struck by my
some old dude. Thank you for
so you just said you asked
being a 14-month member,
or if anyone else was struck by the gunfire.
That's correct.
So you weren't sure at that point? You weren't sure?
I was not certain at that point. It was, I can't describe it any more than it was just pure chaos. And at that point, I did not.
All you new members,
anyone else
take advantage of those emojis.
Or up until I was confirmed that they're
all Archer
injured,
including a pog emoji for Archer.
I did not know if anyone was hurt until I was told that.
So would it be fair to say that? And as you just stated, you were unsure if the suspect or anyone else was injured. Would it be fair to say that there was a possibility?
Archer is pogging.
Because you did not know for certain.
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustain.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor.
Asked and answered. Next question.
Actually, they're pretty ambiguous. They could actually they could actually be both Archer and Winston, to be honest. I actually purposefully made the emojis ambiguous enough so they could pass for Archer or Winston.
Strike anyone?
I did not observe it strike anyone after it passed me.
Do you recall who you? Well, I think you did. I think you said you gave your report to Officer Kirby. Is that correct?
Detective Kirby, yes.
I'm sorry, Detective. Do you recall telling Detective Kirby that you were unaware of a vehicle on the parade route and you were unaware of people being injured?
Yes, I previously stated that.
All right, hold on. Let me see if they're around.
Were you able to make out a license plates from the vehicle when he passed you?
I later learned that I must have, but I do not recall that.
So from what you recall at the time that the vehicle was passing, you don't recall getting a license plate?
At this time, I do not recall the license plate, but after I shot at the vehicle, I then responded up Main Street and started triaging victims. And after doing that, I met with officers, and because I couldn't get on the radio and give out as much information as I wanted to. So when I spoke with other officers, that's when I explained to them that I was the one that had shot. It was not a suspect shooting, it was me. And that the vehicle in question was a red Ford Escape. And I believe I was talking to Detective Casey, Specialist Moss, and I believe there might have been another officer there as well. And I must have provided a license plate to Detective Casey during that debrief on scene. I did not know about that until about 2 days later when I gave my statement to Detective Kirby and Detective Casey, because that is when I was informed by Detective Casey that I had actually provided him a correct license plate, but I don't remember that.
Your grandson is called Arthur.
Any reason why you didn't mention the license plate in your report?
Because like I stated, I don't remember it.
So it'd be fair to say if you don't remember it, then it's a possibility that you didn't get the license plate number.
No, Winston did not give me tacket approval to hold him.
Telling me that I told him on scene during a traumatic incident that I provided him the license plate of the vehicle. I'd have to believe that Detective Casey is correct. There's many things that you do not remember during a traumatic incident, and I believe that's because your brain prevents you from remembering everything.
So you would describe it as a traumatic incident, but you do recall using deadly force and recalling what you was aiming for, but
yeah,
the license plates or anything else like
what? Of all the things, of course he's not going to remember the fucking license plate. He's going to remember the big parts, the shooting and the vehicle that was barreling past him.
like that.
That is correct.
Would it be fair to say that because you described it as a traumatic event, that there was a lot of things that you probably don't recall about the incident?
I would agree with that. I would think that there's a lot of things when I started going up West Main Street and started seeing the absolute destruction. I know there's things that I did and saw that I don't really remember, and I don't really want to remember.
Will one of those possibly be the suspect that you keep naming?
No.
No, I'm not going to forget about you.
And how did you come to the knowledge of the make and model of the vehicle when on the exhibit that was shown, you only had interaction with it for a few seconds? How were you able to make out the make and the model of the vehicle?
Because that vehicle model has been out for quite some time, and I'm halfway decent with vehicles, and I readily recognized that it was a Ford Escape.
So you've seen many Ford Escapes?
Yes.
And you said the model has been out for some time, so what do you mean by that? Do you mean
it's 2022 now, and that Ford model was approximately...
Thank you, Sherry.
A 2008-ish to maybe a 2011, 2010-ish, so yeah, they've been out for over a decade.
And how did you come to that knowledge of an estimate of the years that the model could have been? Would you agree that that's pretty difficult to know just off the bat?
No.
Would that be fair to say?
No.
So it would be pretty easy to tell the make and model and year of a vehicle just by looking at it?
I would imagine if you are around vehicles, like as a primary aspect of your job, you could probably glean the range of years that the model year is in. I would imagine that's something that you could possibly know if your job is dealing with vehicles all day, which is what a police officer who probably does a lot of traffic stops probably would know the year range of a certain model based on how it looks.
That is correct.
So it'd be fair to say if someone had a vehicle right here in front of you, you'd be able to tell just by looking at it for a couple of seconds the make, the model, and the year.
Depending on what vehicle it is, yeah, quite likely. I'm decent with vehicles.
What do you mean by decent?
I can recognize many vehicles that are manufactured. Part of being a police officer is dealing with vehicles. We run a lot of vehicle registration plates. So when you match
my cousin Vinny testimony,
vehicle on a response, you become very well accustomed to the many different vehicles that are manufactured.
Well,
did you at any time see the registration?
I did not pre-watch this portion of the testimony. So the cop basically gave the answer I gave.
Of the vehicle that passed you.
Like I stated previous, I debriefed with Detective Casey during the incident, and he stated that I gave him a registration number, a registration plate for it. I do not recall giving him that registration plate, but Detective Casey informed me that I provided him a correct license plate for that vehicle.
Would it be?
Thank you, Sothal, for the $2 super chat.
A registration kit without. Would it be fair to say that that automatically links to the make and model and year of the car? Would it be fair to say that? That if you rent, or if we're judging by the license plates, if you were conducting a stop, and to do that you will have to run the license plates, would it be fair to say that all that information would come up in your computer when you run the license plate? That'd be fair to say?
You had a lot of questions right there. So
okay, let me back up then. So if you were conducting a traffic stop,
okay,
and you pulled up the license plates of the vehicle that you were stopping,
okay,
would the information registered to that vehicle show in your computer?
If the license plate is actually accurate and current to that actual vehicle, yes.
Yeah. Good answer.
Just so we're clear, the information would come up though.
That is correct. It should, as long as the system is working.
And did you have a system or any equipment that could have assisted you in learning the make and the model and year of the vehicle at the time of the incident?
No.
No, I was on foot.
He was on foot.
Equipment.
He was part. All right. Sorry, I don't want to pause it.
So is it
it's obvious
that you did not know that information until later when you were told by Detective Casey or another detective?
No, because like I previously stated, I can recognize vehicles pretty well, and I knew what approximate. I knew it was a Ford Escape, and I knew the approximate year of it.
You did testify that, and you can also see from the exhibit video that the front end of the vehicle was damaged. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
And you can still make out the make and model and year of the vehicle with extensive damage.
That is correct.
Could you see the emblem of the vehicle at that point?
I don't recall if I saw an emblem or not. I know the body style of the vehicle, and I knew it was a Ford Escape.
Would it be fair to say that many SUVs have the same type of body build?
I'm sure some vehicles do look similar.
So that would it be fair to say that there's a possibility that you could not make out the make and model and year of the vehicle, especially with it being extensively damaged to the front?
No, I was confident that it was a Ford Escape.
Ha! Not even giving him an inch.
Any tints on that vehicle?
The front windshield that I looked through, I know was not tinted, or it was not tinted enough to not make me recognize you.
Did you see any tints on the side of the vehicle?
Not that I recall. And if they were, they weren't that dark.
You don't recall, though, for sure, if there were any tints to any windows of the vehicle you saw?
Well, all windows are tinted to some extent. It just depends on to what percentage of tint that they come with. So I'm sure there is tint on the windows because vehicles come from the factory with some level of window tint. So I guess to your question, was there any window tint? I'm sure there was, but not to a degree that would prevent me from seeing who was driving it.
Ha!
Explain what you mean by tint percentage.
So there's different varying degrees of tint that you can put on vehicles.
Can you elaborate for the jury?
I'll object.
Rounds.
I'll overrule the objection. Mr. Brooks, please ask your question again.
You stated that all cars come from the manufacturer with some level of tint, but you made a reference to percentage.
Correct.
Can you elaborate on percentage? What would constitute a darker tint versus a lighter tint?
Well, you've asked two questions now, so which one do you want him to answer first?
The last one, I'm sorry.
So you're asking about lighter
About the tint
versus darker.
percentage. About the tint percentage.
So like a 50% tint would be a lighter tint than like a 35% tint.
So the lower the percentage, the darker the tint.
That is correct.
Okay.
In case the audience doesn't know, the tint percentage is measuring the amount of light that's passing through the window. So if a window has 100% tint, it means it's completely transparent. All light is going through the window. If it's 30% tint, then it means only 30% of light is passing through the window.
You stated that you're pretty decent with making out make and model and years of vehicles based on your line of work. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
Would you know of the make and model of the vehicle that you saw that day? Would you know if those model vehicles come from the manufacturer with any tint?
To be honest with you, I don't work for Ford, so I don't know if they come with tint, but I would assume, as most vehicles, when they come from the factory, they come with some sort of tint. I believe usually the front is approximately 50% tint, and the rears are usually, I think, 25 or 30 or something like that.
So from your knowledge, the backer windows are usually coming from the manufacturer, maybe a little bit darker than the front.
Correct.
No further questions.
Very briefly, thank you. So the barricades that we saw at the intersection where you were posted, those have been blown over by the wind?
The backer windows?
Yes, so when I deployed the barricades initially, standing upright, they kept on blowing directly, like right off the street. So I tipped them down on their sides so they wouldn't, I guess, catch as much wind and they wouldn't blow all over the place.
Did those barricades appear to slow down the SUV as it drove through them?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled, he may answer, given all of the cross.
Yeah,
no, it
you
did
can answer
not
that.
slow the vehicle down at all.
You discharged your firearm 3 times toward the vehicle?
That is correct.
Did all 3 rounds strike the vehicle?
Yes, they did.
Can we please put up for the jury exhibit number 3, which has previously been published?
Go ahead.
We're going to start at the 2-minute and 59-second mark if we can. And while we're working on that, can we please clear the screen now? Thank you.
What exhibit is that?
3. We're at the 2:58-second mark on this exhibit number 3. Do you see the vehicle on the screen?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be the same color of vehicle you saw drive through the intersection where you were posted?
Yes.
Let's play from this second, please. Pause. We paused at 3:02. Does that appear to be the same make and model as the SUV you saw driving through your intersection?
Objection.
Overruled.
It's clearly
Yes, it
tinted.
does.
Wait, what?
Is there
What did he say under his breath?
Overruled.
It's clearly
Yes,
tinted.
it does.
It's clearly, he said it's clearly tinted.
Is there a difference between this vehicle and the vehicle you saw at your intersection?
The difference in the vehicle is that there's no damage on this one.
Okay, let's play again from this point.
He's so mad. Barbara, thank you for the 1999 super chat. I appreciate it. Honestly, I would have, if I was him, I would have objected to them replaying this entire incident. This is obviously, this would be prejudicial to him because he's replaying the entirety of the prior incident right before he went on his rampage. This is extremely prejudicial to the jury. I don't know why the prosecution is playing this again, and I don't know why he's well, I know why he's allowing it, because he's an idiot. He doesn't realize what's happening. But I would have objected to this.
Pause. Paused at 3 minutes and 47 seconds. Did you see a person wearing a gray hooded sweatshirt in that clip?
Yes, I did.
Was the appearance of that person and their clothing consistent with the person you saw driving the SUV through your intersection?
Objection, speculation, two different incidents.
Overruled.
Yes.
Nice try.
Put up for everybody exhibit number 120, which has previously been received. Published.
Go ahead.
Okay. You see the photograph on the screen in front of you?
Oh.
Does that appear to be vehicle consistent with the one you saw driving through your intersection?
Yes.
And the person seated in the driver's seat, does that look like the same person you saw driving that red SUV?
Yes.
We put up for everybody, please, exhibit number 9.
Go ahead.
You see the
I'm
photograph?
so sorry to interrupt, Artie. I really
Yes.
am, but that's
Does that
so
appear to be the same
obviously
vehicle
him.
that you saw driving through the intersection?
Whoops.
Wisconsin and Maine?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. The witness.
That's
may
not a
answer.
hearsay.
Yes.
Does that appear to be the same driver of that same vehicle?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. The witness.
That's
may
not
answer.
hearsay.
Yes.
Will you please put up for everybody exhibit number 169, which has previously been published?
Go ahead.
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
It's very relevant because it's it's for identification purposes.
Yes.
Does that appear to be the same vehicle that you saw drive through the intersection?
Whoops.
Wisconsin and Maine?
Yes.
Does that appear to be the same driver?
Yes.
What's going on with that front passenger window?
Looks like
Objection, leading.
Oh! Well, that's not a leading question. That's explicitly not a leading question. A leading question would say, does it appear that the window is down? The passenger window is down. That would be a leading question. He asked, "What's going on with the passenger window?" Thank you, Deacon, for the $10 super chat.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
It looks like it's rolled down.
So if someone had, before this incident, painted that window black, covered it in a black paper bag, and taped it up with duct tape, and then rolled the window down, would that have prevented you from seeing through the front passenger window?
Objection, speculation.
No.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Exhibits number 120, number 9, and number 169.
Daryl Brooks.
Thank you.
Objection, I do not consent to being called by name.
Your objection is noted. However, the jury is
You already-
advised to disregard as it's not testimony. It's a comment. All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. And I appreciate the patience of everyone as we concluded with that witness. We will now take our lunch break. It's 12:58. I'll give the jurors, I'll have the parties come back at 2 o'clock, and the jurors probably shortly after that. So thank you, everyone. Please rise for the jury.
In 1 second, there's another bit of spiciness that happens while the jury's out.
Just witnesses for this afternoon. I don't need to know who, just the numbers, and if there's anything else you are asking the court to do this afternoon.
No, we're behind schedule, Judge, but we'll keep moving along. We will certainly have a full slate of witnesses available for the afternoon. Do you know about how late you intend to go tonight?
Friday. It's been a long week. Next week. All right. Thank you. Everyone is aware of at 2 o'clock. It's now.
Okay, I think it's right before the juries come back. Is when she notifies that she put on a written order regarding subject matter jurisdiction, which he's not happy about.
When you get it. Thank you. Please be seated. Madam Clerk, when you get an opportunity, I forgot my water.
Oh, not this one. I don't think.
Yes. Hi, Sam. All right, I'm told first of all, we are back on the record. Appearances are as they were before. I'm told the jurors are done with lunch and available for us. So I presume the state's able to call its next witness.
Yes, we're ready, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, great. Then we'll have the
After the last break, I got you.
I will go tell them since I have Madam.
That's correct.
That's all you guys talked about during your trip to the vehicle?
Objection asked and answered.
Grounds.
Sustained. It was asked, and I previously sustained the objection. So next question, please.
I'm going to skip through this testimony.
When you were able to locate the vehicle, where did Mr. List look? And have you seen any news reports? I just said 2 times. I'm going to say it again.
Oh, here. Yeah, all right. So he's trying to impeach the testimony of the witness by constantly asking whether or not he watched any news reports about the case itself, and he's not happy that he's not being allowed to go into that.
Since your initial night of investigation, you've done no investigation since then in this matter.
Correct.
And have you seen any news reports?
Objection. Relevance.
Can I finish the question?
You can. There's been no identification, so under 906.11, meaning of, I'm going to sustain the objection without hearing the rest of the question. I don't see how it would have any relevance. I'll let you make an offer of proof after we're outside the presence of the jury. And if necessary, you can recall this witness.
That's right.
Next question.
I remember this part.
In that case, then, since that is stated on the record, no further questions. I would like to finish at some point.
Sir, finish your cross-exam as to
Just
that
said
limited.
no further questions.
Okay, but as to that limited topic only. So if there are other things outside that.
Thank you, Sam, for the $5 super chat.
Please finish your questioning.
I just said 2 times. I'm going to say it again. No further questions.
All right, thank you.
He's salty.
State have any
Thank you, Judge.
He gets really salty here. This is it.
You may be excused.
I have not seen it yet, Link, but I will soon.
I'm going to excuse the jury momentarily to take up a legal issue with the parties, and hopefully we'll have you brought back out shortly.
So mad.
Opportunity for a comfort break, though.
The 50-minute rant was yesterday, Yanksball. Or was it the day before? I think it was Wednesday. Yeah, it was Wednesday.
Please be seated. You may make an offer of proof, sir, as it relates to why or what questions and what information you believe this officer would provide about news reports that he has seen.
So the offer of proof would just be to that one question?
What would the question be?
The question was, would have been, if I was allowed to finish it, had he seen any news reports directly connected to the incident?
But what's the relevance
the same
for
thing
him?
the same thing that many other witnesses have been asked, and it was never sustained then. It was never even objected to. So it was the same. It was essentially
Let's focus
one of
on
the same
the
questions.
specific objection that was posed and my
And what was the grounds for
willingness
it?
to give you an opportunity to provide the court with an offer of proof. This was what relevance would this particular witness seeing news reports have to his testimony?
The same thing that any other witness that was asked the same question.
Which would be what? You have to be specific, sir.
I
I'm not
was
gonna
specific.
assume I understand what you are saying.
Have they saw any reports related to the incident? That's the same question that's been asked by numerous
Well, there would
witnesses.
be a follow-up to that. So how
What are you getting at?
This witness's testimony.
It's relevant to anyone who gets on the stand's testimony.
What's the legal basis you believe it's relevant to his testimony, sir?
It obviously forms an opinion.
What?
I'm not.
I know he's an idiot. He doesn't even understand the argument that he's trying to make. He's trying to make the argument that by watching these news reports, it's going to influence or bias his testimony. That instead of recalling what he saw at the time of the incident, he's going to recall what he saw when watching news reports of the incident. But he can't articulate it.
You need to explain to me, sir, the legal basis why you believe I should allow that witness to be asked that question and then any follow-up based on his response.
What would have been the follow-up?
I'm asking you,
got
sir,
asked and it would
you're
have got
the
answered.
one who's the proponent of this particular testimony and this questioning and the evidence. So explain to me your legal basis for why you believe it's relevant to ask, or any other reason, any legal basis you believe it's that I should allow that question to be asked.
I don't understand how you want me to answer that. I've stated the reason why I asked the question.
No, you stated it's obvious, but it's not obvious to me, so I'm asking you to explain it.
I also stated that I just clearly stated that it goes towards biasness.
Biased.
Would be relevant. Biased.
Biased?
Biased.
Biased.
Bias. B-I-A-S. Bias. I want to make sure I understand your reasoning correctly, sir. So
something.
You're saying it goes to bias. How does it go to bias of this witness, sir?
How does it not go to if you see something in the news?
It's not a proper legal argument, sir.
Okay, well, I don't know how you want me to answer
How
that.
would what he saw subsequent to his investigation impact either what he did beforehand or his testimony here? You have to make an offer of proof as to that. Without that, I'm not going to allow it.
You didn't allow it anyway, so what do it matter at this point?
I'm giving you the opportunity. It's called an offer of proof.
Okay,
I said I would recall the witness if I
I'm well
determine.
aware what an offer of proof is.
Okay.
I'm well aware.
Well, no, he does not know what an offer of proof is. He does not know what an offer of proof is.
So make your offer of proof.
I don't need to. It's clear. It's very clear. I don't see anything funny either.
It's not funny, sir. It's
Funny
just
to me.
A circular argument. You're telling
I
me
wasn't
that
referring
it's
that to
clear.
you. I wasn't referring that to you. The person that was referred to know who they are.
Well, let's
Wait, who's that?
Task, please. So
I'm trying
to.
but
You're
it's
claiming
hard.
it goes to bias,
May I
but
say
in
this?
what
May
way?
I say this for the record, Your Honor? It's hard to stay on task when it seems like the prosecution can ask essentially anything they want to ask.
Mr. Brooks,
But then when I object,
I had an objection before. Well, here's the thing: you want to go off target, and you want
It's
to
not
bring
off
up
target.
things from the past. I can't explain to you why sometimes the state has an objection and other times they don't. But
That's
when
not what I asked.
when an objection has been made, it is my obligation to rule on it.
We ain't in New
So there
Orleans.
was an objection.
I'm aware of that, Your Honor. But I'm also aware of the fact, and it's clear that I object quite often, and every single time I object is just thrown to the side every single time.
Because you don't know what hearsay is. You don't know what relevance is. You're not an attorney. So you're making the wrong objections. And you're not objecting to aspects of testimony that you should object to. If only you had somebody who was trained and qualified to act on your behalf and make those objections for you. But no, you decided to go this route.
I would disagree with that characterization, sir.
And why
I
would
make
you
my
disagree with
rulings
that?
in this
Why would
case
you disagree
based.
with that?
I'm like
Can
an
you point out
umpire.
one time?
I'm like an umpire in a baseball game, sir. I call and see the legal objections as I see them.
I'm on my way to shit face, Barry, right now.
That is what I do. And
are you kidding me?
That's exactly
Your
what I
Honor.
do. I'm an umpire,
Your
sir.
Honor.
I am a referee in this trial.
If you're the
and
umpire
let me
with
finish.
Okay.
Let me finish,
Okay.
Mr. Brooks.
She's the umpire, and you're the little league pitcher trying to throw fastballs in the major league. That's the problem.
I apologize. I'm letting
So-
you finish.
Sometimes parties make objections, sometimes they don't. There can be a variety of reasons. You make a lot of objections.
Thank you,
in
Peter,
this
for the
case.
$20 super chat.
From my perspective, okay, you make a number of objections, I rule on them, and you disagree with them. But that doesn't mean I'm casting things aside. I'm making a call based on the rules of evidence. So, for example, if there's a relevance objection, I'm going to analyze that, okay, based on the objection that's been made. Sometimes I might think there's another basis for something to either come in or not come in. But my rule book, okay, is the rules of evidence, which are the statutes, which
No,
is
I didn't turn it
I'll
off.
point out, I gave you, sir, near the beginning of this trial, so that you would have a better understanding of what those rules are. If you choose not to read them, that's fine. But you cannot then claim that there is somehow foul play because you haven't read them and you don't understand what they are. Your ignorance of the law is not a defense for any of this. Okay? And you getting frustrated with me because you don't understand that, I mean, it's just what it is. But I'm calling these legal shots as I see them. And I've asked you repeatedly for an offer of proof. You want to ask this witness who had limited involvement regarding a part of an investigation related to that vehicle. I don't see the relevance, even to bias, for which I will allow him to answer that. You haven't given me a legal or factual reason to overrule the objection and to bring the witness back on the stand and to question him about his viewing of any news reports. So with that, we are going to take a very short break. The jury's been out for a little bit, but I recognize it's 3:25. It will be a good opportunity for a comfort break, and when we come back on, the state should be prepared to call the next witness.
Can I release at least rebuttal to what you just said since you asked me
I don't
not
need a
to
rebuttal, sir. You may not agree with me, but I've made
It's not
my
about agreeing.
record.
You just told me not to interrupt you, and I didn't. So I at least deserve the chance to put on the record
What would you like to put on the record as it relates to the specific issue for which I was giving you the opportunity to be heard? Not anything else. Not subject matter jurisdiction. Not
now you
whether
said
the
that.
state's doing other things.
But she knows that you like to bring it up at every fucking opportunity that you get a chance to speak freely. She knows it, so she's trying to cut you off at the pass.
Only asking you to address the offer of proof.
No,
if you have something, go ahead. But only as it relates to
I want to address your position because you said you're like the umpire, right?
Well, I'm not getting... Okay, go ahead, sir. I'm not sure why you need to respond to that.
Because it needs to be on the record. If you're the umpire, that means you're the referee.
All right.
That's what I'm doing here today, sir.
And you're not reffing.
Those are two different
fair
things, stupid.
If the jury's not allowed to hear things that's important for them to know.
I respectfully disagree, sir. Again, just because you believe the law means you have a right to question all these witnesses about who the plaintiff is and about subject matter jurisdiction doesn't
I didn't question anybody about that.
Okay?
That was between you and I. That didn't have nothing to do with a witness. I've never once questioned a witness about subject matter
about
jurisdiction.
whether they are aware of complaints. And the funny thing is, sir, I sometimes let that question be answered for reasons that are completely different, I believe, than why you want them in. I
Probably.
don't explain that because
You
I don't
can't. You
have
can't
to
say
explain that.
what's my reason for asking it.
Well, I believe you've made it very clear, sir. So here's the bottom line.
I don't.
One of my roles is to be the umpire.
Then you got to be fair, Your Honor. You're a public servant.
I am fair, and I'm
No,
going
you're
to follow
not.
the
You're not
rules
being
of
fair.
evidence,
Your
sir.
Honor,
That
this is
doesn't
why I
mean
say that.
unfettered questioning
This is
of
why I say that.
witnesses that are not relevant or that call for hearsay or for a variety of other reasons that are speculative. There's a whole host of reasons in the rules of evidence, sir, that require me to make those determinations.
You're not being
I
fair.
respect
You're not
that
being
you
fair,
might
though.
not think it's always fair, but
It's
I
not.
disagree with the characterization. I think it has more to do with your...
In fairness, she has sustained a handful of his objections. I mean, but given the amount of times that he objects, you know the old adage, a broken clock is right twice a day, still holds.
Your lack of understanding of the rules of evidence and the rules of procedure, which you knowingly and freely and voluntarily and deliberately made a choice to represent yourself. And
you keep
I
saying
warned
that
you at
because
that
it sounds
time,
good
sir.
on the
You did
record,
that
but
at
it's
your
not.
peril.
It's not accurate. You accept it when you gave me the paperwork, Your Honor. I gave it back to you.
I'm not going in. I didn't say that, sir, so we can go back and rehash all of those things.
But you accepted
right.
the way that I gave you the paperwork back. So once
and
you
I made
accept
findings
that,
on the record, which I will stand by, sir. So
and I'm not,
with that,
I'm not
we're going to
arguing.
take.
I'm not arguing your findings.
I
I'm
need a
not
comfort
arguing
break.
the findings,
I'm sure
Your Honor.
That's damning for him to say that. This is about him turning in the paper about him waiving his right to counsel.
Paperwork, Your Honor.
Hang on.
Which you knowingly understanding of the rules of evidence
Hang on.
and the rules of procedure, which you knowingly and freely and voluntarily and deliberately made a choice to represent yourself.
Right.
And you keep
I
saying
warned
that
you at
because
that
it sounds
time,
good
sir.
on the
You did
record,
that
but
at
it's
your
not.
peril.
It's not accurate. You accept it when you gave me the paperwork, Your Honor. I
I'm
gave
not-
it back to
I'm
you.
not going in. I didn't say that, sir.
Guys, we're still on the record. We are still on the record here.
So we can go back and rehash all of those
The jury's not in the room, though, but they're still on the record.
things.
But you accepted
All right.
the way that I gave you the paperwork back. So once
and
you
I made
accept
findings
that,
on the record, which I will stand by, sir. So
and I'm not,
with that,
I'm not
we're going to
arguing.
take.
I'm not arguing your findings.
He's not arguing the findings, meaning that he does not disagree with the judge when she found that he knowingly and willingly and voluntarily waived his right to counsel. Bam. So he can't use whatever modifications that he made on the paperwork in his appeal, because once this transcript is going to go into the appellate record, it's going to kill him that he says that he doesn't disagree with the findings of the judge.
I'm not arguing the findings,
I'm sure
Your
you
Honor.
need a comfort.
Uh-oh.
You gotta call it fair.
I would like to get through one more
You gotta,
witness today.
you gotta,
Thank
you gotta call it fair.
record, sir.
You got.
Now they're off the record. We're now going to go right before they go back on the right before they get the other witness, and then we're going to call it here because afterwards it's the last witness that we saw at the beginning of the stream. Holy shit, we're at 4 hours, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for sticking with me for 4 hours. I appreciate it, guys. Goodness, but this is it. This is the last
Have the jury brought
last
out,
bit.
and the state calls its next witness. I want to bring to the party's attention that the court just now issued a decision and order in this case. I've signed it. Madam Clerk is pulling it through, and I will provide the parties with a written copy here in court. It addresses the matter of subject matter jurisdiction.
So
there it is.
Address it.
She just said that she gave the parties a written order on the issue of subject matter jurisdiction.
No, I've issued an order. I'm going to give it to you. That's why I'm addressing it. You can review it later, but there's a written decision now denying your motion to dismiss.
Oops.
So is that including verified proof that you have subject matter jurisdiction? Because it has yet to be verified or proven.
Mr. Brooks, you keep making that statement, but it's a misstatement of the requirements in the law.
So it doesn't have to be
You are
proven?
going to get a written decision. That's how I'm addressing this. And then I'm going to have the jury brought out and just providing courtesy copies to the parties as I had an opportunity to finalize that over the break.
Deacon, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. I accept for value and return for value.
The jury out. State has its next witness, I presume, ready to go?
God.
All right. When the jury's brought out, you may call the witness.
Is that verified proof that you have subject matter jurisdiction?
The decision and order speaks for itself, sir.
Is it verified proof that you have it?
Sir, I believe it answers your questions.
I don't believe so.
Unequivocally.
There's no verified proof proven yet.
Yeah, it's the same.
There's no verified proof if we're in common law or admiralty law.
Common law.
What is this?
Common law, admiralty law. Drink.
Answers will be in that decision and order.
I don't believe so.
Well, have you read it yet?
I don't have to.
Okay.
I accept it for value in return for value, so.
All right, they're in there, sir. It's a final order. For
Verified
purposes
proof
of
is in
appeal.
there? Verified proof
So
is in
if
there?
you'd like to challenge that, you can take that up with the appellate courts.
Verified proof is in there?
All rise.
Because I don't think it is. Proof of claim is not in there either. No one has a claim.
I think he still mutters underneath his breath when they come in. Thank you, Kez, for the membership. And thank you, Ladybug Lisa, for the $5 for a bottle of Excedrin. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Statement called its next witness.
I guess I thought he did, but he didn't.
Carlos Arachiga.
All right, that's it. That we all saw the rest of the testimony from him. But I want to thank you guys for sticking with me this long. I'm pretty drunk right now. Like I'd say I'm beyond buzz at this rate. I'm actually kind of drunk. So I'm gonna stop here before it gets too crazy. As far as those who are asking whether I'm gonna be playing a game, I don't know if I'm functional. Oh God! What?
That Hale just super chatted with 100. They
The
said
first person
objection.
to
I move to
change
continue
the chat
proceedings. Just kidding. Hungry face. Night.
I need to stop. Thank you so for the $100 super chat. I need to stop. Mandy, what were you saying?
First person that shanties the chat gets booted.
No, I'm not doing shanties. I'm not going to humiliate myself in front of an audience of 600 people. So I'm gonna stop here. And thank you very much for sticking around with me for all 4 hours. I thank you so much to all of you who have hit the like button. Thank you all of Bacon. What is it?
I did shanties.
Oh my god!
No shanties. Do not encourage that.
You can do shanties all you want. You are your own person. I'm going to stop. But I want to
Bacon, don't make me kick you.
Before I stop, hold on. Before I call it, I'm going to thank everybody for being here with me today. All of you new people who have come to me from Nat's channel, Uncivil Law, Bunk Runkle, I think his name is, and Law and Lumber. Thank you all of you for giving me a chance to entertain you guys tonight. Thank all of you for the generosity you've given to me tonight. You guys are very, very generous. Thank you for the jump scare super chats. It's really appreciated, genuinely. And I want to thank and Law Talk with Mike. Thank you very much for dropping in as well. Thank you, Kick. Thank you, Blue Bacon, and thank you, Tones and Fezzington as well. But I'm not doing shanties. I'm not doing that to myself. So thank you, all of you. I hope you have a great rest of your night. I'm probably not going to game because I'm pretty sloshed right now. The only game I kind of feel like playing is Battlefield, and I know I'm going to be shit at it because I'm drunk. So, hand-eye coordination and all that. But thank you all for sticking with me throughout this trial. I'm going to stick with it up to the end. But this weekend, on my gaming channel, because it's October, I do Halloween streams. So spooky games like Phasmophobia or Walking Dead VR. I'm probably going to boot up Alien Isolation in VR as well. So take a look at that. Look out for that. If you want to know more about the channel, check out my Discord. I have one of the more, I feel like I have one of the more active and supportive communities out there. A great group of people that you want to find out more about what's going on with the channel. Archer, and you guys get cats. Archer's here. Archer. He's staring at my pizza box. Archer, what's up? Archer. You guys, if you join my channel or you sub to my channel, you get more cat pictures. I mean, that's an incentive and a half. I also have I'm also actually no longer payfully single. I actually have a girlfriend now. Not that I'm bragging about it, but I kind of am because she's awesome. But I'm gonna leave it there. All right, thanks guys. Have a good night. I'll see you later. Goddamn, why did I just say that? That's because I'm drunk. I need to stop saying things. All right, I gotta stop saying things.
That was. Numbers already. I like these numbers.